And is also on the line with us. PC brothers.
Peace, bro. Peace.
No, peace. What's going on, bro?
What's going on? Yeah, I was just catching them up to speed to what was happening with the show. You guys will have to watch the rest on ZionLexx platform. If you want a more in-depth breakdown of this, we've already done a 2-part series on our channel. It's Team OSIRIS Facebook. Definitely feel free to watch part 1 and part 2 of that. We were very thorough and then gave you several examples of this particular claim. I'm Bias. Are you still there? He might have stepped away. Brother Kansu, was there anyone else that's going to join the platform with us? Is Brother Ngozi coming in?
Yeah, he's on his way. I had talked to him. He should be in shortly.
Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. Yeah, I'm not sure if you guys wanted to comment or have any remarks about the show that happened the past with ZionLexx. Did you guys have any opinions about that as far as how it was received? How any comments or remarks about that?
Well, I'll let Joshua go first. I'll let Joshua speak this.
Sure.
Peace.
Yeah, I mean, I saw a lukewarmish type of reception, but mostly on the, that was some bullshit side. Like, yeah, he definitely plagiarized. But of course, you still have those people on the other side of the spectrum that says, oh, it wasn't plagiarism. This is petty. Well, white people stole from us. Why can't we, like that type of shit? This is called academic honesty, integrity. You know what I'm saying? This is what this is called. And usually academic honesty is also a reflection of somebody's personal or characteristic. When it comes to being honest, dishonest. So like quite naturally, if you are prone to do some dishonest type of things in your real life, it's not hard to see or picture somebody being dishonest when it comes to academia or scholarship, because it translates quite easily. So, but how I'm trying to figure out how can you explain away plagiarism? Like, how's that even possible? I don't know, Ken, you guys want to expound on that? I'm trying to figure out how can you see two things side by side and see that they're the exact same thing? But, hold on. But yeah, if you see two passages, 2 paragraphs, 2 sentences, they're the exact same thing side by side, how do you explain away the similarities? So I'm gonna mute my mic and let you guys go in on that. But you can answer the first question, Consul, and answer my question, I guess.
Anybody that's shout out to Brandon. I just saw what he was accomplishing, man. It's a good job, bro. You getting your degree, no debt. That's a wonderful thing. Anybody who's been to school that had to take out a loan and deal with FAFSA and them taking your money will understand why it's very important that your collegiate career is not taken for granted, because it costs you a whole lot of goddamn money. That's number one. Number one, they promise you a $60,000 a year job, but don't tell you you lose 30% of it the minute you graduate. And you ain't got a house or a car yet. They don't tell you that all those credit cards you get in college add up to debt. So now you spending a fourth of your adulthood outside of college, just a fourth of your life, trying to get your debt in order. So when somebody comes along and steals other people's works that's paid for their degrees, it's downright disrespectful. We ain't even got to talk about integrity and none of that. It's disrespectful. If you actually went to college, you would never plagiarize another scholar's work. So that's the issue. That's the problem with this situation. It is very it is very, how can I say? It's criminal. It's no nice way to put it. People work hard to go to school And so now we got this conscious community thing. And this conscious community thing is taking advantage of people who just want to learn but have not attended college. And anytime that you try to disparage what Carter G. Woodson worked for, what W.E.B. Du Bois worked for, what Martin Luther King worked for, what Martin Delaney worked for, what Harriet Tubman worked for, these people went to school at some point in their lives. You understand that? That's an important, facet in Black history, is our ability to attain an education. A lot of our ancestors died for that ability. And for somebody to sit up here and say, oh, well, it was accidental, it's out of context. Out of context means you're not admitting you was wrong. Out of context means you're not admitting you didn't do it. But contextually, you kind of did. That's what you're saying, so you're riding the fence. Either you stole the shit or you didn't. And in this case, they stole the shit. And then we asked you to come on to the video live. Sarnetta even called these people. They declined. So you go to your platform, and Garfield, I'm going to say names, who's a nobody, okay? Wouldn't have been nobody if it wasn't for Sarnetta, because nobody was checking for no damn Garfield. And you go and you facilitate and put yourself in the middle of something you need not be put in the middle of, because it had nothing to do with you. And this is that personality worship. It's that foolishness and it's that ignorance. See, people don't know that behind the scenes, Team Osiris has been dealing with this for 10 years.
Yeah, it's well over 10 years, to be honest.
Honestly, 2013. Those of you who watch these things, you really don't know. Because out of respect, it's a lot of things we can go. We can go there with a whole lot of things. I could ask Aunt, where's those shoes at, Aunt? I could say I can go there and talk on some things, but out of respect, won't do it. No. See, it's integrity. And so this right here, it can remain scholarly, or it can become disrespectful. Now, Team Osiris, we don't use ad hominems. We don't talk about nobody. You don't see us talking, but you don't hear Asar or anyone of the Ra Squad stay in the scholarly world. They want to talk about your intelligence. They want to come and attack your intelligence. We are gainfully employed, our fathers, and we play a role in society in a positive way. And we got to hear another Black man call us stupid. That's hurtful and it's disrespectful. And you think we're going to sit around and take the shit? Nah, ain't no punks here. Ain't nobody a punk here. The smoke can be gotten any way you want to get it. And that's just what it is. We can let's just keep it scholarly and let's deal with these books. And when it comes to the scholarship, you cannot fuck with Team Osiris. It's just a bottom line. It's not bragging. Our track record speaks for itself. We done put the work in consistently. Anybody follow Team Osiris? We've been doing this consistently for over 13 years. So this ain't nothing new. This ain't nothing new. We was conscious before it was popular to be conscious. And it's about time we earn and we deserve our respect. We put that work in. Joshua Kane put the work in. We all assisted each other as team members. We made this a project that we felt it was something that was befitting of our stature, and it's something we're proud of. It wasn't to attack a singular person. Joshua Kane gracefully went on Asar Imhotep's platform and was disrespected. But Joshua Kane is a Black man under 40 with a degree in psychology and a single parent who raises a son. Huh? That makes absolutely no sense. That another Black man who is not degreed, by the way, has the nerve to belittle somebody who pays for their college career and raises their son on a consistent basis. That is unacceptable. That is not something to take lightly. It makes absolutely no sense that somebody do that. Who is this guy? Who is this damn fan with pom-poms? This Pope guy.
Yeah, so let's talk about that. I didn't watch all of Garfield's show. Usually when I got on there, it was about something not related to the topic, and I went on about my day. But I came back to it, and there was mentioning that Asar disputed the claims that were made on Sanada's channel, and he said that the authors that we had stated that he had plagiarized, he actually had sent them the book before publishing it, or at least releasing it to the public for their critique. So he's saying, hey, how could I have plagiarized it if, in case this person has had the book and they have critiqued the book, and therefore I have their permission to use, whatever phrase or sets of words in the text. What do you guys think about that? Is that something that's morally?
What are the names of the people that critique the book?
I don't have the names on the list, but most of the names were of African scholars. So
okay, so how do we know they read the book and actually critiqued it?
There's no guarantee on that.
Okay. All right. I mean, so he wrote it in his book that these people critiqued it. Does that mean that they actually read it and critiqued it?
I would say this: if they read it and they saw what we saw and they overlooked it, that's a problem.
Yeah. So basically, he went and gave the book to his colleagues,
his peers,
his friends. I wouldn't call them peers, but he went and gave it to his friends and said, "Hey, read my book before I put it out on the market."
Mm-hmm.
So I guess what he's trying to say is we're tripping because the people he used or cited, read it and say it was okay. So I guess their trump card is greater than our trump card. So it's like, yeah, y'all showed the copy leaks. Yeah, y'all showed the wiki administrator. Yeah, y'all showed it side by side. But still, the author said, "Nah, bro, you good." Okay. All right.
The administrator with wiki and a PhD and another. How many professionals did we show that corroborated that this is garbage?
It's about 5 of them.
And they sent empirical data in a letter. It wasn't hearsay. See, you screen empirical data and primary evidence, and you don't send anyone with an attestment. Primary evidence in a letter must include attestment. What is an attestment? An attestment is either a salutation or a closing to a statement. So it was, "Dear Joshua, best regards, blank, blank." Right. That's an attestment that gives evidence and proof to the validity of the statement.
All right, let's try.
That's crazy. It's crazy.
Now, let's try this real quick. Now, what if I would have just said that? Oh well, Wikipedia emailed me and they said it was plagiarism. And what if I just said that and didn't show anything? It'll be, bro, we don't know what you're talking about. We ain't got no proof of that. What if I would just say, "Oh, I showed it to a linguist and he said it was trash"? What if I just did that by itself? I didn't show the proof of our conversation, the correspondence between that person and myself. You know what I'm saying? It'll be, see, there they go with that. He said, she said, we ain't got no proof for that. But here we go. I showed actual proof, and all we got to take for on his side, I guess his word for it is that, oh, well, these people did it. We don't know these people. We haven't seen the correspondence between you guys. I don't know for a fact they read your book and said that, yeah, bro, it's good. It's good. It's ready for the market. Put it out there. We don't know that. We just got to take your word for it. But hey, that's just my piece on that.
But let's take this. I'll say this, and you can say I'm being nice in this case, but let's say I do take his word for it, because that's all I have is his word, right? And of course, what he's written down on documentation. If I take his word for it, and you look at the number of people he mentioned, and they've all, quote unquote, critiqued his work, reviewed it, and sent it back to him with their approval. And not one of them said, hey, maybe you need to properly cite me, or maybe you need to properly quote me, or maybe you might want to pass this on to your editor for grammar errors. No one said anything. So that, to me, that would seem like a huge issue, not only amongst him, but amongst the people that he has associated with, because it seems like an issue that should be easily acknowledged. So I think that's a problem that not only exists in this particular community, but also exists in academia, if that's the case. I do see we got another brother on the panel. It's Brother Ngozi, Brother Amir. Peace to you, bro. How you doing?
Brother, peace and love, man. I'm here, bro. I'm just listening in. I think the team OSIRIS did an excellent job. We did what we were supposed to do when Brother Joshua brought the information. At this point, there is no legs for Brother Asar to stand on, and at this point, it's just basically safe face. You know what I'm saying? He's trying, he's saving his face to keep whatever he got going. But Team OSIRIS annihilated it. They destroyed it. I mean, we destroyed it. So I mean, we proved, we showed and proved, we did what we were supposed to do. So that's just that. I'm starting to learn that a lot of people in the community don't know a lot about Egypt. And a lot of it's feel-good information to try to keep going and promote what they've been promoting for since forever. So as far as him showing it to the other people, I mean, that was all made up. He got caught. It is what it is, and it's safe face right now. He's playing safe face. That's just what it is. I mean, after you got caught, you still didn't do nothing to revise or change your position of what you wrote. You still got the same stuff that you're selling out there, so that lets you know what it is. So.
Right, I definitely agree with that. So with the current environment that's now taking place, there seems to still be some people that are still ignoring the facts. Now, they may say, hey, well, he said he put them in the book. Hey, well, he said he got their approval and they reviewed the book. What do you guys think about him not necessarily acknowledging the evidence that was put forth? Whether he got approval from these authors, whether he put them in the book, just grammatically, there's still errors. He should have had an editor. They would have been able to fix that with no problem. What do you guys think about that?
He never acknowledged it. He didn't acknowledge it because he never corrected it. He made it up. He's playing safe face. He was bug dancing. He don't want to talk to certain people. He don't want certain questions asked. He just wants the audience to go off what he say. And so the fans in the background that's believing it and supporting it is just fans. Most of these people don't give a damn about truth anyway. It's all about, just being a fan, or whoever teach the most to make them feel good is what they run with. So with that being said, they don't really care about how legit the information really is. Because if they did, they'll be like, yo, show us what you did, or show us that you did whatever. They don't. They just want to go off what he said. Overall, ultimately, he didn't do none of the stuff he said. I mean, if you're from the streets or you understand how people, buck dance or shit talk, he was just shit talking, and then it's calling us Team Slow Cyrus and all this other goofy ass shit. It was clown shit that was done. So I mean, he didn't do anything. That's just his safe face. He's playing safe face. He's doing what he got to do to keep himself in a specific type of position. So it is what it is.
I want to say this, like, people should have. They should have their own mind and own way of thinking, and be critical thinkers of themselves and look at the evidence. Not what I say, you know what I'm saying? Not what he say. Go look up the textbook definition of plagiarism. Go look at the collegiate level of plagiarism. When you go to college, they give you something called a syllabus, right? And in that syllabus, it defines and outlines what we'll be discussing during this course, the textbooks that you need, and it discusses academic dishonesty. This discusses plagiarism, how to cite, how to source, how to write, et cetera, et cetera. It lets you know at the beginning of the course, if you plagiarize, you are going to be failed, expelled, whatever. And they want to make sure that you know what plagiarism is. So you can't say, well, I didn't know that was plagiarism or all this other BS. So go look at the collegiate level. Matter of fact, go look up Northern Illinois University academic dishonesty. Go look up Harvard, Yale, all these collegiate levels universities give out explicit definitions of what plagiarism is and how to avoid it. It's real simple. So when you look at the examples that we shown, like you got examples where it was a straight up copy and paste, word for word. You got examples where it was a copy and paste, and you change a synonym here and a synonym there. You got examples where he copied and pasted, but put a end-note citation at the end of it, but he didn't let you know as a reader that this is word for word for somebody else. That's still plagiarism. So you don't need me saying that it's plagiarism. You don't need him saying it's not plagiarism. Go look it up for yourself. If you don't care, you just don't care. But if you are about scholarship and what's right and what's wrong, then yeah, you would care. You would say, yeah, bro, that's some bullshit. But that's just not my piece on that.
Right. I think another thing, I think the most crucial thing here that I want people to take away from this, regardless, if, they no longer listen to us about this particular topic again, I want you to go out and purchase those books. If you don't have a science book, by all means, go get it. If you don't have the books that we stated he plagiarized from, by all means, go get it. And I want you to make the comparison. And then come back and let us know. And let us know if we are correct or if we're flawed, if we got it wrong. I think that's the biggest part, is because a lot of times I feel like people are relying upon us to bring the information, and therefore they critique what we present to them. So I feel like if you go out, you purchase those books. If you need those books, if you need links to those books, if you need, Amazon links and things like that, definitely let us know. We can get you into the right direction. But if you need those books and you want to make that connection yourself, I definitely support that. I don't mind helping you with that process, because I think once you make that connection yourself, no one can tell you anything otherwise other than what you've seen, which is the truth. Once you have that evidence, that's hardcore evidence. Unless the evidence has been tainted with, there's nothing that can be done to change it, except that there was indeed a crime here to some degree where you're infringing on someone's copyright.
Hey, let me say something, bro. Let me say this really quick with respect. I'm seeing a couple of comments in the chat, and I'm not gonna name names because we're on a different wavelength, but it's about time. Look, Assad's on bullshit. Okay, I'm not gonna sit here and talk all proper to something that a lot of us work hard to maintain, and that's being scholars. And we done took enough abuse or somebody telling me I'm stupid when I got more sense in my pinky than you got in your whole damn brain.
Hey, Consul, what they saying, bro?
Well, I'm not gonna say it, bro, because I don't want nobody to think I'm picking on them, because I know it's out of ignorance. It ain't intentional. But what I will say is that I ain't talking about what's in his book. I'm talking about what the hell he did. And it's called plagiarism. And it's inconsistently wrong. It's wrong. You can't make no excuse for plagiarism. If you've ever tried to write a book, then you would know what I'm talking about. But if you never even attempted or even worked on it on that level, how can you defend something you don't know nothing about? For somebody else, it ain't even you. That's another foolish thing. This is personality worship. Then when somebody becomes a peer, then all of a sudden, well, let me see both sides. What side? What you mean both sides? How do you see both sides of plagiarism with empirical evidence? Ain't no side.
Wait, check this out, Consul. How about you tell everybody that doesn't agree, well, that's not plagiarism. If they got sons and daughters who are college age, probably going to college, maybe not, tell them to go to their classes and do exactly what he did. Tell them to go and copy and paste from your source material and don't use quotation marks. Tell them to go do that. Go try it. Go see for yourself. You know what I'm saying? And see what's the outcome of that. Since it's okay, it's not bad. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead and try it yourself and see where you end up at.
Ngozi, I think you wanted to say something, bro. I think Ngozi was about to say something.
I think he dropped.
Okay.
Yeah, you went.
Yeah, this ain't time. See, this is what a narcissist does. Right. See, a narcissist, once they do something out of order, then they want you to feel embarrassed and shy that you stood up to the bully. That's the problem. You want the first and the last word. Nah, that ain't the way it go. it's time now for everybody to be exercising their right to think, walk, talk, and act. And because you didn't take the time to take your ass somewhere and get physically trained and check your ego, that's why you go to get trained. And then you want to step out there and try to do big boy shit. And then when you get checked, you want to make excuses for your futility. That's your insecurity. That has nothing to do with being consistently collegiate, especially when the Army Rock Squad has set a standard. See, you can't live up to your own standard that you set. You set this legacy. You did that. We didn't. We came from the Team OSIRIS matrix. So why would we have a problem with it? Where's Ishmael Bey? Where's Smash Rockwell? Where's Sanjetti? These are critical parts of why are they gone too? Who's left? Wudjau by default? Because he cleaned up the stage after the show? Who left? This is narcissism. This is self-consumption. You're in a delusion. It's delusions of grandeur. And we tried to be respectful. What y'all don't know is me and myself, Brother Khufu for Team OSIRIS, Brother Sarnetta, we tried for over 3 years to fix this problem behind the scenes. Sarnetta came on the stream today that was done, I think, with Brother Garfield, and he explained that. Nobody would have known that because I wasn't going to speak on it. I didn't think it deserved any attention. And Sarnetta did it. Now, all of a sudden, now you fall out with Sarnetta. Then you fall out with Jabari. Then you fall out with Reggie. Then you just keep falling out with everybody. That's a narcissist. That's a narcissist. But everybody else wrong, and you the only 2-3 people right. There's something wrong. There's something psychologically wrong with that. When you got to be right every single time.
Think about the ego, like in the arrogance. Just check about it, like just peep the arrogance. You get caught red-handed doing something. Textbook, like we have various examples. We have plagiarism with citation, plagiarism without citation, Control-C plagiarism, what they call remix. We have recycling plagiarism. You get caught doing all that, and you still won't say, my bad. You don't have the decency to your supporters and your followers to say, you know what, I messed up. My bad, y'all. These people spend their hard-earned money, you know what I'm saying, to support you and buy your books. You gave them Wikipedia articles and copy and paste the information that you could have just gave them in person on Facebook. You could have like, hey, y'all, check this article out. This helps me out. No, you didn't do that. You wrote a whole book. And then you gave them this information, put a price tag on it. Come to find out you stole the information. Just say, I'm sorry. Get it over with. I feel better about that. But no, it's instead of saying, you know, admitting to it, you say, oh, well, they are wrong for this, and is you upset because we found out that you lied. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand that aspect of the conscious community. Because you got people like Dr. Umar, you got people like Army Rock Squad, Young Fair. I can talk about all of these cats. All they do is lie and scam the people, and they get caught red-handed, like clear-cut scamming or whatnot. And the people look at that like, damn, bro, that's crazy. And then all they got to do is make a live stream and say, oh, well, that's not true. This is why they're wrong. And then the crowd is like, oh, dang, they was wrong. Like, what? Really? That's all it takes? You guys don't have the critical thinking skills to say that was some bullshit. All it takes is them making one little live stream and saying, oh, they just some haters and I didn't do that and y'all dumbasses. Like, I'm gonna mute my mic. My bad.
No, it's real talk, bro.
What I missed though?
I don't know. We talked. I think you wanted to say something, but you had dropped.
No, I was saying, a lot of these fans, bro, they don't mean shit. They just a bunch of background motherfuckers. And I'm just spelling and all that. You got to speak a certain way and talk a certain way and all that shit. Look, we just going into detail directly. No one has to talk into talk a certain way for y'all to like us and none of that shit. Because a lot of us are not favorable to. Regardless of how much truth we bring, we're not favorable to the audience in some cases because we don't teach feel good information. We're not trying to make y'all feel good. We're trying to bring the truth, and that's the problem. So you're gonna have people in the audience that talk crazy and say, they're gonna still speak up for them, they're still gonna support them or whatever. They don't even know what the hell going on. They not scholars themselves. They're just a bunch of background fans, yo. So let them feel how they feel.
Yeah, most definitely. I think the biggest thing here is the copyright infringement. What most people don't understand about plagiarism is that while it's not considered a legal crime, you can infringe on someone's copyright. That could offer a lawsuit to you to either force you to pull the book from the stores, put out a revision copy, to re-edit the incorrections, or even worse, to just completely close down all publishing and prevent you from writing text in the future. So I think that's something people need to understand, is just because that could be detrimental to not just your reputation, but also your career as someone who appears to be a professional and who is supposed to be trusted in the field. So you got to be careful with plagiarism, just because it can get very, very ugly if you let it. So I think people don't understand that. They just think that, so copied this, so what? But it's deeper than that. And another thing I like to say, writing does take time. I can admit, I went to ATU, I hit the university, and I did commit plagiarism on one of my papers, English lit thesis. And unfortunately, my instructor gave me a second chance. And they were like, you know what, this isn't your tone, this isn't your words. I want to know what you think. I want you to explain in your own words and tell me what you think about the subject matter. And that's when I realized that writing is definitely no joke. It definitely takes time for you to put your thoughts together. I mean, the author of Harry Potter, J.K. Rowling, she stated it took her 6 whole years for her to put that book together. 6 years. So for you to put a book together in several months, and there's no co-writers, there's no co-authors, there's no outside publication firm,
no editor, that's awkward, and that's unheard of in the academic realm, especially if you're not a PhD and you're not a doctor. And it's unheard of in even the fiction realm. So, that's something you have to pay attention to. Just some other basic things like that. And this is what I'm saying. It's all about learning the fundamentals, everybody. If you're fundamentally sound, you don't have to be smart. You don't have to go to school. That's not a requirement. It doesn't make you better than anyone else if you didn't. But you do have a right to be intelligent and use common sense. But usually sense ain't common. And that's usually where the problem comes into play. When you put a price tag on something, that means you're marketing it. That's the whole purpose. You could write a book for free, right? You could do it. You write a book, digitize it, and say, hey, man, I'm going to pass it out to the public. But when you put it on a merchant platform called Amazon, and you put a price on it, that means you're adding value to it. You're adding market share to it. That means you're operating as an independent distributor of a product, service, or good. You participated in open market. This is a mixed market economy, and there are rules that go to economic integrity. And so when you sell a product that you claim you got a certain value based on its production, I should have a right as a consumer. I want to know your production costs. What did it cost you to make this book that warrants the price? Because I know you got to mark the book up in order to cover your production costs. Now, if I find out that you copyright, you copied and paste the book, You typeset it so it would be 500 pages on purpose. You frauded me and took my money under false pretense. That's a fact. That has nothing to do with a whole bunch of banter. This is what's not being addressed. And this is what makes the legal integrity a problem, because we are transferring legal tender, and it's a tax being charged, a shipping being charged, all of these elements that go into commercial fraud. See, nobody see when you start talking over somebody's head, I didn't know you knew that. Yes, we know that. You just not worthy to talk about it. That's all. Because we know it's above your head. You think it's just about whether I wrote the book or not. It's like deeper than that.
So I saw a comment that said that his response was he used acceptable APA and MLA formatting and whatnot when it comes to citations, quotation marks in his book.
Yeah.
I mean, if you believe that, then I have beachfront property in Wyoming for sale. What I want you to do, I want like your nearest college campus, wherever you live at, take that book, take it to that university, find a professor, find an English professor, I don't know, find somebody, pay them, I don't know, and ask them to review these pages that we've shown in the last couple of weeks, and ask them to give their analysis of the book with the source material, and ask them, is this plagiarism? That's all you got to do. You don't have to take my word for it. Just go take their word for it. Because at this point, saying that he used proper MLA and APA formatting is just laughable. You know what I'm saying? Like that's disrespectful to people that actually use that stuff and actually quote other people's words. Okay, so when you quote other people's words, really more than 2 or 3 words needs quotation marks. If you take 2 or 3 words from one person and put it in your article, your paper, your book, it needs to have quotation marks around it. What do quotation marks mean? It means that these words come from somebody else and not myself. That's all it means. That would have saved him from these whole entire presentations. That would have saved him. We wouldn't be here right now. We wouldn't have been on Silent yesterday. We wouldn't have been on our channel a couple of weeks ago. That would have saved him from these plagiarism claims. But if you believe, again, that he used APA and MLA formatting, damn it, there's like this bridge in Brooklyn I got for sale. Just hit me up on Facebook Marketplace, you know what I'm saying, for pricing. But I'll let y'all go in on that.
Josh, do you remember when you went on OSIRIS platform?
Yes, sir.
First, he lied about the 30 minutes he was going on for.
Yeah, he did.
It was an ambush. That's number 2.
Yeah.
Number 3, the audacity to tell, he didn't even know. See, he didn't know till after the fact that, not that it matters to a degree, but that you held a degree that actually would fit in the realm of linguistics, which is psychology, because there's neurolinguistics that you have to study as a prereq and a composite to call yourself an expert. You just can't go take a run-of-the-mill linguistics class. You got to take peripherals to become an expert. So now psychology and sociology are aspects of linguistics. Linguistics is peripheral to psychology. Okay, so now this is what's crazy to me. The critique was Joshua doesn't know methodology. I was hearing it from a computer technician trying to tell a degreed psychology major that they don't understand methodology. And then the panel in the chat, people that's working at Walmart, people that change oil for a living, people that cut grass for a living, people that work at the cable company, is seconding this, like bigging this up. Perpetuated ignorance. That makes absolutely no sense. When you sit here and you claim scholarship and then you're rhetorical in the same breath, literally, and don't realize you're doing it. You are a a certified, if I'm not mistaken, a certified. He is intelligent, but he's in the computer field, computer science. But you're talking to someone.
Brother Asar does have his degree in bachelor's. I think he had a bachelor's in something dealing with computers. I don't know if it's computer engineering, but I do know for a fact he does have a bachelor's dealing with computers, not in linguistics though.
Right. Then we got a meta specialist that corroborates his story to say, well, Christopher Aaron might not know what he's talking about. What?
Yeah, it's not his field. That's not his field to debunk, linguistics.
To debunk Christopher Aaron.
He deals with computers. So, I mean, just because you study linguistics and you know enough of the rules to manipulate it to make it fit what you want it to fit, because their whole thing is to prove that the Egyptians spoke a African language, and no one ever denounced that. But you study linguistics. You're not a linguist. Your thing is computers. So my thing is that it's interesting. I mean, anybody can study anything. Asar does know the rules of linguistics. That's why he's able to write the books. He knows, how to deal with linguists. He knows what he's doing. But the thing is, he's manipulating things to work in his favor, and then also in the Afrocentric favor to teach feel-good information. In between also regarding what he did with the plagiarism. But he's able to do that because he knows the rules. And, if you deal with criminal justice, it tells you the biggest people that break rules, or the most people that break the rules, are the ones that knows the rules. He knows what he's doing. He just didn't expect. It shows the mindset of what he thinks based off how he talk about people, Team Slow Cyrus and other things. He honestly thinks that a lot of black people are stupid. That's what he thinks. He actually subconsciously, he doesn't say it objectively, but he looks down at black people. I'm just being honest with you. For you to be that foolish, for you to think that people won't critique your information, and you go out here and take somebody's shit and then put it in your book in your own organized way and put it out there like you won't be exposed. So, that lets you know what he thinks of the community and to the people that follow him. And every time someone questions him about certain things that he don't want to answer, or certain things he disagree with, he has a funny way of disrespecting people. That's the problem. So.
Mm-hmm. All right. Something else I'll say real quick, Joshua, before you go. Look at the timeline for when we started this. These books have been out, and we have other books on the way, so definitely stay tuned. These books have been out for quite some time before we decided to read them and review them. You have to look at the timing that they've been out. You have to look at the timing where we officially make a statement about these books. And look at also the amount of time it took for us to put out the necessary information after research and collecting other text. It takes a lot of time. And so, again, for this to be what it is, this is definitely not personal, because I'm not going to lie to you, I wouldn't have spent as much time as we did if it was personal. I would have aired it out in the day, been done with it, back to my life. We wouldn't be talking about it at this point if it was personal. But because it's not personal, and because, us being...
Anybody there?
Yeah, we're here. Can you hear us?
We here, bro. We here.
Yeah. And
anybody there?
Yeah, can you hear us?
Phone went out.
Nah, bro. I think you can't hear him, but Mel talking right now.
I can't hear you, Brother Joshua. I think your phone, I don't know if your audio playing. Could you hear me, Brother Josh?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I think you got everybody muted or something.
Yeah, you might want to drop out and come back in.
No, I can hear you now, Melvin. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. All right. So all I'm saying is look at the timing for when we started the work. It wasn't right after the book was released, and it's been some time since the book has already been out. I'm shocked that we were the only ones to find these errors or these flaws. I'm shocked that no one else has written a review or at least a peer review of this text. So what I would recommend doing, like I said, is to go ahead and if you have the book already, read it. I recommend that. Go ahead, Josh.
No, I was going to say, Team OSIRIS, where are your books at? I saw that question.
Yeah, I saw that question too.
Look,
let me go ahead, Josh. I just want to go ahead, Josh.
I would say this. Do you know how hard it is to write an article, a scholarly article?
A thesis
is hard enough. You have a committee of doctorates that sit on a panel and they review your doctoral thesis and say, hey, you're ready to write your doctoral dissertation. That in itself is hard enough. You talking about writing a whole book. What the heck? Like that. See, this is what we've come to in the conscious community where we think we can just put out books like hotcakes. Shit, like we just stand on the corner just selling books. Shit, next week I got another book coming out, bro. Just check it out. Like that shit is crazy to me. A book takes, we talking about scholarly book, that shit takes time and effort and research, primary research, secondary research. You know what I'm saying? Like you just don't wake up one morning, I want to write a book. Shit, it's gonna come out in July 2020. Like, no, that's not how the process goes. It takes years for people to write books. Years, not a year, years. So for you to ask us, well, why y'all ain't got no books? Quite frankly, I don't want to write a book on any topic in the conscious community. I don't have any interest in that.
And also, Team OSIRIS never pretended to be fucking authors. We're not authors. And even using the big title of scholars, people need to stop dancing and playing with those words. We're not trying to write books. Now, I will tell you this, me as Ngozi, I'm working on a book. I've been working on my book for the last 3 years. I have a little brother who's 18 who has 2 books that's out. And he writes a lot of African-American historical fiction books. And it took that kid 3 years to write that book. He started at 15. He started at 16. He's 18 now. And so what I'm saying is that I have a book that I've been working on, but I never got the time because, life or whatever. But no one in Team OSIRIS is pretending to be authors or saying that we're this or we're that. We are a research team. We research. Our whole goal is to be able to teach and get the people to think or have scientific literacy. That's what our whole thing is. We never pretend to be no damn authors of books and none of that shit. So for you to ask, where's our books at? Why we got a book why we got to write a book for you to listen to us? That don't even make sense. I guarantee you it ain't nothing that Team OSIRIS say that's wrong. Since I've been on the panel or since I've been going backwards and forth in the so-called conscious community, you can't catch Ngozi saying shit wrong. A lot of y'all don't like that because, y'all try to find flaws in things that I say to make y'all feel good, but I'm not here to make you feel good. I'm here to teach. That's it.
Yo, check this out. Yo, Ngozi, like, why don't you do what everybody else do and just copy and paste some shit? Clearly that's acceptable because everybody in this chat is making excuses. Not everybody. I'm gonna take that back. But there's some people that are making excuses. Oh, it wasn't plagiarism or what y'all books said. Well, we might as well do the same shit. Damn it, let's y'all send us some books. Give us a topic, what you want us to write about, right? Whatever subject, send us some PDFs. And damn it, we'll have a book out by December 2020.
Nah, we can do better than we can do better than that. We'll have a book out before the vaccine for coronavirus is out. Let's go.
I'm just saying, like this is crazy. Like what y'all both say, like damn, like have y'all actually talked to a real author
a book with no publishing company. A book with no publishing.
Amazon LLC.
Not registered in Library of Congress. No copyrights. Until we talk with Jabba how to do it. Oops.
Yeah,
When we talk with Jabba how to do it. Oops.
Man, I don't need to write a book to be in the conscious community. Quite frankly, I'm tired of the conscious community because stuff like this, these excuses. Somebody get caught with plagiarism, and the answer is, well, white people steal from us, or where y'all books at? I don't want to hear that. I'm tired of hearing that. Like that's crazy. Like at Troy University, where I went to, I don't know. Like if you get caught with plagiarism, we ain't gonna look at that professor and say, well, professor, where's your books at? Professor, why you ain't like, well, let me see your article. Now, if you get caught plagiarizing, bro, that's plagiarism. It's no ifs and buts about that. It's not we're not gonna take up for this person, this student, whoever got caught doing this shit. It's like, bro, you wrong. We over here putting in the time and effort out of our business schedule, going to work, taking care of family and all this, to write an article, a paper or whatever, turn it in on time, meeting deadlines, make sure that you're formatting properly, APA standard, whatever it is, turn that in, and being honest in your scholarship. And then we got somebody that just like, shit, I gotta turn this shit in tomorrow. Let me copy and paste some shit and turn it in. And then we're not supposed to feel disrespected by that. And just imagine that same person putting a price tag on it. So I just don't understand it, man. Like, man, like, y'all can go in on that, man. I'm gonna mute my mic.
Man, I spent today on my channel. I did on Sunday. I spent almost 2 hours explaining economics, and we still getting this kind of rhetoric in the chat. I'm sitting there explaining how people market and take advantage of you in the market, and we still want to talk about Hatshepsut. We want to talk about languages and shit.
Hey, Consul, hold on, Consul, what they saying in the chat, yo? I can't see it. What they saying, brother?
Well, no, I'm just hearing, so basically y'all don't have no books.
Right.
So the brother explained himself on his video. He listed names in his book, not even understanding the basic rules of writing a book.
But let me ask you this: but just because a person write a book, does that make them legit because they write books? I mean, what I'm saying is that it's a lot of bullshit books out there. Yes, it's complicated writing, and it's like the brothers are saying. I mean, it's not simple to write a book, but you also have people that write a bunch of bullshit in books. So what I'm saying is, what does that mean? What does that mean? What they got to do with us, with our so-called scholarship? What does it have to do with our level of methodology that we teach and the way we present information? What the fuck does that got to do with anything, bro, that we do? What are you asking? We're not even begging you people for fucking money. We ain't trying to get shit out of y'all. So what the fuck you mad at us for? That's silly. And Team Osiris ain't asking nobody for shit. So why? What's the problem?
Something else I'll say. I think a lot of people asking us to write books. It's real hard to deal with evidence. So a lot of times they'll say, hey, well, when are you guys coming out with a book? Because intentionally they want to provide the same, criticism to us as soon as we release that textbook, and not thinking that we don't know better than to make sure we cross our T's and dot our I's and get an editor and get a publication company and go through everything the legitimate way. So they want to try to, look, Team Osiris came up with a book that they plagiarized because, they don't know how to properly write books, and therefore they can't say what they say about such and such.
I tell you this, when Team Osiris do start presenting books, because we will, I bet y'all ain't gonna find no plagiarism in it. See, we know
definitely not.
I bet you ain't gonna see that. You know what I'm saying? Like the book that I'm working on, y'all can't say Ngozi took shit from nowhere. So what I'm saying is that it's gonna be when they do come out, just know, audience, that you're not gonna find any plagiarism. It's gonna be authentic, real information, and we're gonna be able to follow all the proper routines you're supposed to when it comes to writing a book. That's just what it is.
Yo, Ngozi, where Garfield book at?
Oh, no, I don't know. Is he writing a book?
Hell no.
He had a book.
Right now.
He had a book. I did pre-order it, but it got canceled. So I don't know where it's at. So I was looking forward to getting it. We'll see. We'll see. Hopefully he opens the pre-orders back and we can partake again. I mean, I'm all in for it. So if you hear that, Garfield, put the pre-orders back up, man.
I'm just saying, like, I don't hope he ain't catfishing us again, is he?
Right, he already boy.
So I mean,
I want to do it.
They must be talking real. I mean, the audience must be talking real greasy.
No, they ain't talking greasy. It's just like you. When you present some evidence of somebody that's caught red-handed doing something nefarious or underhanded or shady, deal with that. Like, don't deal with the YouTube fallacy. Well, you do this, and well, we don't want to hear that shit. Right now, we talking about plagiarism, stealing other people's work. That's what we talking about. We're not talking about, well, Team Osiris, where y'all books at? Team Osiris, what is that? We not talking about that. You could ask that. You could ask us where our books at any other time. But right now, we talking about plagiarism and then the reaction to this video. And that's basically what it is, bro. It's like, well, white people steal from us. where y'all books at? He said he didn't do it. Blah blah blah. That's basically what's in the chat.
Oh shit.
Mute my mic again.
Well, you know, people got a right to like who they like. I mean, it is what it is. I think that you know, Team Osiris did an excellent job. You know, they presented what we had to present. I keep saying they. I'm talking in circles. But what I'm saying is, we did what we were supposed to do. The information's out there. So now it's up to you guys out there in the audience, you know, to look at it and research it and see for yourself. And that's just what it is. I mean, make your decision. You know, you like who you like. But I tell you this, we ain't gonna run around here lying about nothing. That's just what it is.
Man, check this out. Check this out. It goes like I ain't even released all that I have. Now I got some more information that's ready.
That's a whole fact.
Oh shit.
That's a whole fact.
Damn.
After all this coronavirus and all this COVID-19 stuff, it'll be out. You know what I'm saying? But right now we gotta be patient. But I guarantee you, if this COVID-19 shit would have took over in February, March, it would have been out by now. But
yeah,
right now we just be patient, stay tuned. Team Osiris on the horizon.
Yeah, definitely follow.
I can't wait for that. Ooh,
yeah, definitely follow us on our YouTube, Team Osiris. YouTube, definitely check us out at Team Osiris Facebook. But yeah, you know, that we definitely got way more information that we could have put out. But we wanted to, you know, keep it neutral and provide the evidence, and the evidence is substantial. Those of you who have the book, you can make that conclusion yourself. If you need the books that we say he plagiarized from, hit us up. We'll tell you where to get them. You know what I'm saying? So I think once you make that connection yourself, we've had people hit us up and say, hey, you know what? I had this book. I made that connection. You guys are telling the truth. So,
hey, man, I am Sosa, man. Come on in, man. You always in here. Wudjau, where y'all at?
Yeah, definitely.
I'm about to turn around y'all on this channel. So why don't you come on in? Rock for me.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and open up the panel if you guys have any questions, comments.
I'm with it, bro. They be on here till 3, 4 in the morning. Buyers be asleep. They still be talking. Sosa, you don't never be quiet.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah, we'll definitely do that. Come on now. If any of you guys have any questions for the panel, definitely the link is in the chat.
Wudjau will be in here long-winded and shit, pausing, hold up, wait a minute. Let me talk about it. Let me write it down.
I mean, yeah,
come on in.
He's definitely welcome to come on in.
Please.
Yeah, the car show that he and that author.
Also, I'm biased. I'm not sure if you're still there with us, but if you have any questions.
Okay. Oh, yo, look, check this out. Okay. I saw a comment that said that if a sir shows that he and that author are friends and the guy give his opponents and said it, I don't know, say that he is okay with it, then we go from here. No. Plagiarism doesn't work like that. I can't go to Melvin Jefferson. I can't go to Consul. Hey, Consul, man, I need to turn this work in. Give me a couple of paragraphs to meet my 12-page quota that I need to turn this shit in. And all right, bro. All right, brother Joshua, you my friend. All right, cool. Copy and paste the Consul. Turn that shit in. That shit is still stealing. He my friend. He my homie. It's still stealing. Like I don't know what that comment meant, but okay. I just had to address that, but go ahead.
All right. So yeah, we got two people on the panel with us. Then we got King Sosa here with us and Sister Amber with us. Nice to meet you guys.
Amber? Yeah. What up, it's King Sosa, the brilliant one. What's up, bro?
What's good, man?
Now, what are you talking about these books, King Sosa, man? What are you talking about, dog?
I ain't talking. I mean, I didn't bring it up, but I said it's a fair question. You see, you can't snap at somebody for asking. It's a fair question.
Ain't nobody snapping. I just want to know why you think it's fair.
I said it's a fair question to ask.
I'm asking why. Disambiguate. I don't understand. Help me.
Because if you critiquing something, you will more have an understanding how everything goes if you're familiar with that particular task.
So you telling me critics have to, when you got a sportscaster that critiques football, he had to play football?
No,
a food critic.
It ain't absolute. You know what I'm saying?
But you just made an absolute statement. Then it's a double negative then, King
football. If you are critiquing football, but say, hey, bro, did you play football in high school, college? You can't go like, oh man, that's a fair question.
No, it's not. Marv Albert never played a day of professional sports. He's one of the greatest sportscasters of all time.
Great.
Had something wrong. Had something wrong.
Couldn't be. I'm saying it's not an unfair question.
So, but it is an unfair question because you trying to beg the question and create a true Scotsman argument that you need we need to be professional or write a book to be able to critique a book.
I didn't ask the question.
You posed a statement out there. It was passive aggressive though, King Sosa. It was passive aggressive, but you gave inference to what you were saying. You just validated your inference.
Well, for me, because I didn't ask the question either, and I really didn't even really too much care about the question. But the answer that was given was just kind of like, do you know how much work goes into, doing this, that, and the third, and it's a lot of work. And it was almost like that was the excuse. But regardless of the amount of work that goes into it, there are people that publish books every day. So to me, that's not a valid excuse as to why, if you're interested in publishing a book, why you haven't published one, especially considering if it takes so much time, then to me, it would seem counterproductive if you have an interest in publishing, that you would spend time doing other things outside of that. If it takes so much work, so much dedication, so much focus, so much research, then why would you research someone else's book and whether or not it's plagiarized versus?
I'm gonna answer that question real quick because there's no point of writing a book in this situation for another book because clearly people have not read the book that we're discussing.
But I wasn't talking about in response to this book. I'm just saying when the question was posed, why haven't you all written any book? And then the answer was kind of given that, it's a lot of hard work. It kind of just rested on it's a lot of hard work.
No, that was, hold on one second, Sister Joshua. Sister Amber, that was one part of the question. And Ngozi explicitly said that we're not authors. If we were authors, it would warrant that. You would be absolutely correct. But we're not authors.
And he also stated he's been working on a book for the past 3 years. So that's something to keep in mind. And then also keep in mind, Ngozi is writing it with someone else, but the rest of the team, we're not writing that textbook with him.
Right.
So the rest of the team are researchers, and so that book falls under our scope as a researcher.
So my thing is, the simple answer would have been that I don't have any interest in being an author. That would have been the simple answer.
Just like
Ngozi did say that. And Ngozi literally said, we don't have interest in being authors.
Yeah, Team OSIRIS. But if he's currently in the process for authoring a book with someone else, then clearly he has an interest in it.
I have an interest in it, but I have an interest in it, sister. But I'm not an author. But I am in the process. I do have an interest in it. But as for the team, we're not interested collectively in being authors. But me, I have an interest in writing a book that I've been working on for 3 years, based off Migratory Routes of Humans, that I've been working on for a long time. So what I'm saying is that I have an interest in it. But I'm not going to call myself an author. My book ain't even out there yet. I'm not going to play that game like I'm something that I'm not. I'm not going to do that. So once it get out there, and then once the audience and everybody can see it, then we can start saying, what is and what's not. But until then, collectively, when it comes to Team OSIRIS doesn't have an interest in being authors or calling themselves authors or so-called and other things that people call themselves in this so-called conscious community.
Right, and I can get that.
And that's cool and all, right? And that's good and fine and dandy, but you think it's foul to ask the question though?
But
no, it's not foul at all.
Brother Sosa, you're not foul. Brother Sosa, you're not foul for asking anything. I can't even see what's going on in the audience because I'm not looking at the computer. You can ask whatever you want. I mean, people just trying to figure it out. The whole thing with Team OSIRIS, we're not trying to tell people what to think. We're just trying to get people to learn how to think for themselves independently. That's all we're trying to do. We again, Team OSIRIS, we don't ask nobody for anything. We don't ask nobody for money. We're not panhandling. We're not playing those type of games. The whole goal is to get the community to learn to think for themselves. That's it. That's all we're trying to do. So, right. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Queen.
I want to respond to what you said, but kind of before it gets too far off.
Go ahead.
For me, I wasn't looking for a Team OSIRIS answer. First off, to be perfectly honest, I don't even know what Team OSIRIS entails or who it all entails. Mm-hmm. So if you wanted to answer as a team and say, well, as for Team OSIRIS, we don't have a collective interest in publishing a book. I'm fine with that. If you want to say that, but me as an individual, I don't have an interest because I don't look at people as team this. I don't even know who's all in the team. You understand what I'm saying? So I was just looking at the answer that was kind of given. And even if you are authoring a book with someone else, to me, at some point, you're kind of taken away from that effort by doing other things. Now, whether or not you feel like you're taken away from it, that's on you. Okay. But for me, from my perspective, I feel like once you start different projects, something is, taken away from it. So the argument that, oh, well, it's a lot of hard work, that just didn't sit well with me, because yes, it is a lot of hard work, but part of it is not the hard work, it's the time management. That was my response.
But I would have to say
I can answer that.
I have to say that's subjective.
But I can answer that. There are several members in Team OSIRIS. I think we have, if not 20, maybe over 20. But there are several members in the research group. And so not all of the members in the research group are focused at the point of writing a book. Most of us do research. We have some that, that travel and they do research. So a lot of this, those of us who aren't necessarily focused on writing a textbook, we research on the side. So that's something that we do as a vocational study. It's not necessarily something that all of us do as an alternative to writing. So do keep that in mind, that not all of us on the team are writing a book. There are plenty of us that are in the field as researchers, and that's what we do. That's what the team is all about. And so therefore, when you have a textbook like OSIRIS textbook that falls under the scope of research of things that we study, both with people overseas in the field as well as those of us here in America, it comes across our table as a book that will fall under research. And so that's why we researched it. So I can understand where you may think it's a waste of time if you're writing a book.
And not even necessarily a waste of time. Everybody is, whatever your interests, lie in. But what I'm saying is, as far as using it being so hard or it taking a lot of time as an excuse, like if that's the case, then if that's something you are kind of committed to doing, then focus your time better, manage your time better.
Queen, I think.
Did he cut out, or is that me?
Yeah, he probably cut out.
Hello?
What happened was he was talking about how
you cut out on
the brother Asar is writing books in less than 3 months, 600-page books, 400-page books, and it takes a lot of work to be an author. It's hard. Like where do you get the time to do?
Yeah, me and Melvin had a discussion on that yesterday. I definitely understand.
So I think that what he was saying during the time when he said that, he was basing it off, how are you an author and you writing these books that quick? Like, where do you get the time to do that? Like you said, it is time consuming. How is he doing that? 600-page books. That's when he said that the time. I brought up the time because it takes a lot of time to be an author. Like I've been working three years and a half. My little brother got his books out before me, and he's a historical fiction writer. He writes historical fiction books on African Americans. So what I'm saying is that, and he was working on that he started at what, 16. I've been working on mine for three and a half years now. And my book, I'm hoping that I'll be done within the next 2 years when I get the time. When I get the time to really settle. And I'm working on this book with my little brother. And OSIRIS, I'm gonna make sure before I even put it out, they, go through it and see what it is and what's not. So what I'm saying is that when Josh said that, he was basing it off, how is this guy writing these books this quick? It takes a lot of time and work and effort to be a damn author. And you writing books every 3 months and every 4 months, 600-page books, 400-page books. That's a problem.
Let me say this.
Let me ask this though, because I seen.
Can I say this really quick, Brother Sosa? What I don't understand is this topic, outside of the topic of the show, love, life, and loyalty. Outside of that, if we're being scrutinized for every single word we say, it's amazing that the fact that the empirical evidence of plagiarizing was proven, and that's not being spoken of. It's being spoken of what we just said 15 minutes ago. But what we proved over and over again has not been spoken about, though. That ain't been talked about. But you ask it is if we're going to release a book or not. But the real main topic is
But that was the topic when we first came on. That's why we're still here.
Let me just say, I was going to say this when I came. I saw Josh's presentation on Sonetta. I saw some of it, and I saw some of Asar's presentation on explaining exactly why things are like they are. Did y'all see that video? And was the points he was making valid?
Once he said he didn't watch the Once he said he didn't watch the video, it was non-sequitur. You can't get a rebuttal to something you don't watch.
No, I'm saying he
watch our presentation.
What I'm saying is that they brought up that they went through side by side excerpts to explaining. They basically played.
Brother Asar, I understand what you're saying for the sake of the conversation.
But I'm just asking the question. I'm asking.
And I'm giving you an answer. He didn't even watch the presentation, and he turned down the offer to come onto the channel live with the presentation. So he was doing a show. He was doing a show. He wasn't. He wasn't live.
Yeah, we were actually live on Saturday before.
No, he did because I actually watched the show. The show started 9 o'clock.
Right, I watched both. I had both up on my screen.
He showed a part in there where he played what Josh was talking about, where Josh showed, the proof of what he took it up paragraph after paragraph, and he showed at the top of it the references that he used and quotes that he used atop or above, and he highlighted it. So Josh, you remember the part when you highlighted and showed like the whole paragraph that he took from the other books or whatever? He showed on that page you were talking where at the top or above where you wrote how he used or how he quoted the people that gave him that information.
And he showed why.
How do you quote? No.
King, hold on a second. This will make this much easier. You go and get Asar right now and tell him to come on here right now. We did it directly, but you didn't. You're not even part of this. So we did it. So you go get Asar right now, since you knew where he was. I ain't going to reach him. And you tell him to come ask the question you asked. Because right now you coming from the commentary.
Well, if I may, because
listen, y'all doing a show, y'all on the panel, bro. That's what I'm saying, bro.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. So I'm telling you.
Show, or you don't respect it, you can just say that, bro. Like you ain't got to get.
Bro. I'm not talking. There's no animosity, bro. Why do you taking it like animosity,
bro? You could just say, bro, I ain't even seen it, but if he ain't watched the show, bro, I would say, all right, cool.
But I just told you, I just made a statement. I'm not taking it that way. But you still trying to pedophile and change the subject matter to constitute taking offense to you, and I'm not. I just asked Melvin to share the link and bring people on.
Well, if I just may respond to why we're not addressing the whole plagiarism thing. Firstly, I didn't see the show on Sonetta, and I was late to this live stream. So when we came onto the panel, it was addressed as to why people were asking about the book. And since I made comments in reference to that, I just want to clarify what my issue was. And it wasn't that, it's a fair question. Since it was brought up, I felt like the answer that was given, warranted a little more probing. So that was my whole point.
That is that shows integrity. You see what Sister Amber did? She owned up to the fact that she can't give anything definitive because she did not see anything. So if a person waits 24 hours later, does a stream, has the opportunity, even if they were recording at the same time, they had the opportunity to go and critique it and offer people to come on the platform and speak fairly. Wasn't done. It wasn't done. Sister Amber just said, no, I can't really speak directly onto it because I didn't see any of it. I need to take time to do some probing, some investigative. Instead of making wild assumptions, I'm going to investigate this matter.
Now,
but I mean, Sister Amber ain't so, and I didn't make an assumption. I'm speaking for myself. I didn't make an assumption. I asked the question.
Just to finish my point, because I actually have seen previous videos that you all have done on the plagiarism, and I did watch it and I said, okay, based off of the evidence that's presented, I have no choice but to say that it is plagiarism, like just based on the surface. There's no argument there. Now, in the follow-up video, because when I came to the platform, I came because Chief X had appeared on this show and he was talking about Wudjau being talked about and you all showing flaws in his linguistic argument. So when I came to the show, that's what I was expecting to see. I was expecting to see an actual breakdown of issues with the arguments that Asar was making. So when it was a video about plagiarism, I kind of felt misled. Not that anybody from Team Osiris said that, but Chief X was kind of, pumping up the show, like, watch the show. So I was just kind of like, okay, well, if plagiarism was the argument, okay, yeah, you got an argument for that, but is there something wrong with the actual argument itself that he's making in regards to the linguistic argument? I was more expecting to see something on that. But when I asked the question about that in the chat, I ended up getting blocked. Like, I guess whoever was, moderating felt like it was an attack on you all, but it wasn't. I was just, confused because the subject matter I thought was going to be addressed, it wasn't. So for me, I don't have an argument with the argument that you are saying as far as plagiarism. I've seen that as much for myself based off of what is presented. But I
totally agree.
Yeah, but coupled with
that sounds fair.
But now when Asar releases a book, I would like to see the same scrutiny. When he claims that he's a linguist and he can write a book, 600 pages, I would expect to see the same scrutiny that's received from people that actually bought the book and read it. His book was purchased by us and read. So I would like to see I would like to see it be fair across the board. Or I wish Team Osiris would have broke it down. Well, I wish Asar would have broke down his ethos before he came and said who he was. Oh, I'm a professional. I'm an expert because I said so. Just I said so. Here go my book, 600 pages, $45. Give it to me. Why should I give you $45? Why should I give it to you?
And to me, if I was to purchase the book, it would be strictly for just support, which I don't do that because I'm not a linguist. That's not something I'm interested in. So I'm not going to purchase a book that I don't really understand. You understand?
The key is they know that.
I have to have
facts.
The key is they know that. And I'm sorry for cutting you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I feel like I have to have some level of understanding in order to critique whether or not he's actually onto something. Otherwise, I'm just taking in this information like it's law. I'm not going to get into linguistics based off of someone saying that they're a linguist and this is what they're saying, and now I'm just going to eat it up. I don't purchase things to either disprove or go along with it. Either I have an existing interest in it and I know something about it, or I don't. So that's just how I am. So I would not be purchasing Asar's book because I'm not a linguist. So I don't know whether or not he's blowing smoke up my ass or not. I have no way of knowing that.
This is 10 years though. That's what we're telling you. We said it if you didn't log on in the very beginning. This is 10 plus years of ignorance. This ain't just happened just because of them two books. So this is what you see on the face, but you don't know what's been going on for 13 plus years that led up to this. The disrespect, the lies, the game plan, the lies to the community. You don't really know that part.
Politics.
And then also, guys, and peace to the panel. Brother Trey is here. Peace to the panel. Let me just add to what the sister was saying about disambiguating between the argument of the language and then the argument of how you're supposed to write a book, because those are two different things. And we did make sure to articulate where we stood on both of those topics. And we have him in the wrong on both accounts in terms of having bad linguistic methodology, right? Comparative linguistic methodology, and not properly formatting a book, not properly citing, so on and so forth. And there's videos you can go back into our catalog. You can see these different arguments being presented and different examples and stuff like that. So this is one of those things when he says 10 years, you don't get this all encapsulated in a couple of videos and you saw on SciNet a quick video and then now you understand the issue. No, this has been going on for years, and there's several videos, right, that are quite long that talk about our grievances. So it's not about, we understand that you haven't went back, sister, and watched all them videos, right, to know all of this stuff. So for us, we are, let's say, in a fast forward position where we already expect the responses that we get from the community, because the community is set up like a parroting, system, and when we're going to be blunt when we say that about our community, they parrot, right? So the first argument that a guy that's guilty will say is, well, you know what book did you write?
you shouldn't be able to talk about my book. You dissing me, trying to stop me from getting my money. That's like the argument. You stopping me from getting my money. I'm a black man or whatever. But that works opposite of trying to filter the content for the black community to make sure they get the very best, right? And policing our own community.
Now I'm going to say this.
Can I say something though? Real quick?
Go ahead.
It's like I can understand that part of what you're saying, bro. But like, it's like if you're going at it and you're trying to go at a scholar, right? And it's not unusual for the scholar that you're going up against to tell you to put it in writing, so it can be critiqued. If you have an argument,
that's fine, and that's just a request, right? But that doesn't invalidate any criticism that you can see plain as day.
No. I'm talking about plagiarism aside, because I'm not gonna, because y'all didn't see the video. I'm not even gonna go down that road. I'm talking about if there's an argument being made linguistically, right? It's fair to say, well, demonstrate it and put it in writing so they can critique it, so they can see if it's valid or not. You see what I'm saying?
It was demonstrated.
Right, and that's a request. What we're saying is no.
When was it demonstrated?
That's not what we're here to do.
Go to TeamOSIRIS.com YouTube channel.
Yeah, so
it was demonstrated.
The linguistic.
Yes, we've done videos on linguistics 4 years ago.
Yes, several years.
Everything that Asar talked about, we was teaching 4 years ago, bro.
And we didn't have to make a new book. We didn't have to make a new book in order to critique this. You don't have to make a new book. You can use the existing texts that are being referenced, and then all you have to do is analyze
that
same text.
I didn't say make a new book. I'm just saying like it would be a demonstration.
We have a demonstration. Go to the TeamOSIRIS library. Go to the TeamOSIRIS library, and you will see the empirical data that we put in writing, in text, in a presentation that you would do at any college lecture or for any college professor.
It doesn't have to be
who did. I'm saying who did. Like which one of y'all did the work?
It doesn't matter who gave it. What does that matter?
I'm just asking, like, who did the work, bro?
I've done it. Melvin has done it. Joshua did it recently.
And brother Joshua,
he hasn't been on the team that long. We have various members that have done it numerous times.
Okay, that's good. I was trying to figure out, okay, which one of y'all skilled in linguistics? That's all I want to know.
You don't have to be.
I mean. Let me just say this, brother. Let me say this.
No, you don't have to be a linguist to talk about linguistics.
Let me just say this. If you know the rule of linguistics, or you know the methodology to deal with linguistics, it is what it is. To be honest with you, all of Team OSIRIS is skilled in linguistics.
Exactly. But I don't feel like we should explain that and go.
Let me ask you a question, though, beloved. Let me ask you a question.
We talking, fam. Right.
Let me ask you a question, though, beloved. What I'm saying is that we've been trying to have this discussion with Brother Asar for the last 4 or 5 years. We have been trying to go. When I used to be with Amara Squad, I used to, in the background, get into confrontation with Brother Asar about his narrative of what he was saying about the ancient Egyptians and Metal Netta and all that. So this isn't a new battle. This isn't a new fight. So all of us are skilled in understanding linguistics. I
heard some of the Negro Asiatic arguments y'all used to have back.
Right. And the whole argument is, the whole thing in a battle is, he's running around and a few other people, it's just not him. They're trying to say the ancient Egyptians were a Bantu people, or a Bantu area, of so-called Bantu-speaking people.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't make sense scientifically. It doesn't make sense scientifically if you follow the phylogenetic tree, if you follow the culture, it doesn't make sense. The ancient Egyptians were not a Bantu people. So what I'm saying is that Afrocentricity, the New Age Afrocentricity, it focuses more on in its imagination more than reality. It teaches feel-good information. It's no different than racist white supremacy or Eurocentricity. Eurocentricity teaches feel-good information to make themselves look a certain way or present themselves a certain way. What I'm trying to say is that as African people, we don't have to lie to make ourselves feel good, to talk about the diversity of Africa.
There we go.
Accept the diversity of Africa. And that's what they're not trying. They're trying to Congolize. I'm going to say Congolize. That's a new term. Congolize or Bantunize everything. And that's Jesse Pseudo as a person that's claiming Hebrew Israelite.
That's trying to Semiticize everything.
Or Semiticize anything, or so-called Moorish-ize everything. And that's sick.
So I think that it needs to be called out. You know what I'm saying?
And also keep in mind, Osir is not the only person that is doing this. It's just that he's at the forefront of it. But the others who have done this, we have actually spoken on them, and they
Mboli and such.
Not just Mboli.
And Mboli's a pseudo too, because Mboli isn't a linguist either. When you, I mean, for a brother Osir to say Christopher Eric isn't a linguist. Right. And then big up Mboli. Look up Mboli background. He's not a linguist.
I'm not sure if he did. I don't think he said that, because he said he was taught by some of his students. So I'm not sure that Christopher Eric wasn't a linguist.
He said Brother Osir said that Christopher Eric isn't a linguist.
He said he did. He said he does not have a linguistic degree, and then we proved that he did.
Right. He said he's not a linguist. And then he also lied and said that Joseph Greenberg, who came up with the term Afro-Asiatic or coined the term Afro, was a racist. And that's not true. You get what I'm saying? So he made that up as well. To only to legitimize his Congo or Bantu belief in ancient Egyptian civilization coming from Congo people. That don't make sense.
Correct.
So y'all saying, like, basically, if Osir didn't come and they willing to demonstrate his stand, you wouldn't have come on and demonstrated it's incorrect.
Hey, bro.
So we set that up. It's gonna go down.
Brother, yes, we need to set that up, because that's what Team OSIRIS been trying to do. We're trying to demonstrate how Afro-Asiatic is real, how the ancient Egyptians are a different group population of Africans, different from sub-Saharan African Congoites, even though they were Africans, and show and prove it. If he can show and prove his point, let us show and prove our point. That's all. That's what it is. Also, see, the thing about Team OSIRIS, we are. Listen, man. Let me just say this, brother. My mother's a continental African. Hold on a second. My mother's Fulani. My grandmother's Algerian. I know a lot about the continent. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that you can't run game on me and Bantunize everything and Congonize everything like brother, like Mr. Mboli does. And even your boy, I like Obinga, but some of the stuff Obinga said was wrong too. That doesn't make them bad people, but some of it's wrong. But I'm saying it's a Congonized agenda. It's a Bantu agenda, as if other groups of people in Africa don't exist. That's the problem. So what I'm saying is that I just want to be real about that. You know what I'm saying? Like my whole mother's a continental African. My mother's Fulani. I speak the language. But look, like what I'm saying is that I speak full or partially. My grandmother's Algerian. So what I'm saying is that for you to play this game like everything's Bantu, that's a problem, bro. That's a problem.
I mean, I feel what you're saying, but I just say, like, I just want to see it set up, because one side saying the other one running, y'all saying the other one running. Like, both of y'all can't be true.
Real quick.
I want to say this real quick, Joseph, before you do. So it's not just necessarily about Osir. The reason why it may seem like Osir is targeted is because the people who came before Osir, who we were in position to critique, he has not only taken their work and vetted it and passed it on into his work, but he's also changed and adjusted his work as well. So when you look at some of Osir's work, he relies on Obinga, he relies on Dr. Jope, but he also relies on...
he pretty much says openly, he don't really try to hide that.
Correct. But he also relies on a couple of other linguists in the field that also...
Like who?
All right, so there is... Let's see, I have a list. Let me pull up my list. 1 second.
While you do that, is it okay if I ask a question?
Sure, go ahead.
Would you all consider Team OSIRIS an entity?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that you all have a value system or somewhat of a personality?
Yes.
So when you all talk about this personality worship, because people throw that term around in this community a lot, like, you don't think you all worship your own personality, this Team OSIRIS banner that you all fall under? You don't think you hold it in high esteem? That you don't put it on the pedestal above all else?
I mean, we supposed to. It's Team Osiris. Look,
No, man.
I wouldn't equate
come on, man.
with,
Come on, man. I'm not finna go for that.
I would not equate those two things. High esteem and personality worship, not necessarily the same thing.
I'm not going for that. I knew that was coming. I'm not going for that.
Hey, look.
Hell to the no. Hell to the no.
Why wouldn't you be going with it? And would I be able to consider you biased because you're a part of it?
Flat out say it, Amber. Why did you have to lead in with nomenclature to indicate something and try to set up and frame a question when you could have just been direct?
Right.
I was direct.
No, you wasn't.
That was direct.
No, you didn't.
That was very direct.
No, you didn't.
But my question is, why can't you just answer the question? Why can't you just answer the question though?
No. Because you can't answer this question with a yes or no.
Miss Amber,
you see how y'all got so bothered by that though?
No.
Y'all got so bothered by that question.
I'm gonna mute everybody unless you gotta do one at a time, man.
No,
I got bothered by it. Yes, I did.
But okay, so here's my point though. Here's my point. Because I'm bothered by whenever someone has a question or they disagree with something, that people throw them under the term of, oh, it's personality worship. Quit doing that. It's such a basic argument.
Don't tell me what to do. No, man, no.
Okay, so don't tell me what to do.
I'm not telling you what to do.
I'm not with nomenclature, but I decided to make yes, I did.
No, I did. We ain't finna do that.
Okay, hold on. How about this, Amber? Look, because I heard what you said, right? You named a bunch of stuff that everybody falls under the banner of. Yes, everybody should technically be holding themselves in high esteem, should consider that they have some kind of personality, they have a name, right? Everybody has a fucking name. But just because everybody fits into that right there doesn't mean that it's okay for people to take advantage of others that worship them. That's the issue. It's not how highly I think of myself.
Chris, you think that matters what you're saying right now?
But
you really think get a butt. You see the butt, become the butt.
Here's the problem. Yeah, here's the problem with that. Because we're not talking about an individual. This is an entity that you all designed, structured, and set up.
See what I'm saying?
So it is. So you got
we love.
Here's my thing. People are all cool with my questions and my criticism until it goes against them.
Check it out.
That's the whole thing. People are all questioning my questions and criticisms until it goes against them.
No, Miss Amber. Look, Miss Amber. It's okay. It's cool. This ain't Ngozi. Listen, I created Team Osiris. That shit ain't cool. Osiris is our solution is revealed in science. That's what the acronym is. And yes, we are entity.
That's our personality. That's part of our personality.
Yes. And I do think that my team is the best, or our team is the best collectively. Everybody that's in Team Osiris that's been selected is amazing. And what I'm saying is, but we're not trying to get people to worship us.
Right.
When people disagree, let me just say this.
That's where the difference is.
Let me say this, Queen. Let me say, Queen. No, Queen, listen. We don't want people to worship us. I know. It probably doesn't. I just want to let her know this.
Nah, it don't matter. Anytime somebody disagrees with you, it don't matter. Go ahead. You running. But
no, sister, listen. The whole goal. My intention.
I'm running the other way.
My intention.
I'm running a totally different direction.
My intentions when Team Osiris was created, it's not for the people to worship us. We're not begging the community for anything. I actually embrace when people disagree with me. I actually embrace when I learn. I'm not trying to get the community to worship us or look at us like we're above anybody. The whole goal is to be the underdog, to get people to see as under the underdog, to get people to see and realize their own potential. That's it.
Right.
Don't rely on us. We're trying to get you.
If we were committing a violation,
brother ain't Ngozi.
Hold on a second. So here's
we have openly, Tristan. Right. We have already to the public openly said, I'm a Rock Squad. Let's work together. Let's do this for everybody. We've done it for years. We don't have to explain nothing right now.
I'm new to the community, so I don't know what y'all have done for years. That's
right. See, that's what I was explaining earlier.
I don't know what y'all have done for years,
I'm
and I'm not
interested.
I don't look for beef or D for all that.
Interested, so why should we even explain it?
Exactly. I'm not interested in the history. I'm interested in the now.
Okay,
now.
All right.
So now
I'm here right now.
And this is
all right. So now that we got that understood,
it's happening right now because you
was not around for all
the history's being told to you. The history's being told to you right now, so this is why it's the way it is right now.
But the history's not being told to you. You're telling me what you have addressed in the history. That's what you're telling me, that you already addressed it. You're not telling me anything currently. You're not giving me any history. You're telling me what has been going on for 13 years. Literally a few moments ago, you said this been going on for 13 years, and like you never told me what has been going on. So pretty much,
this is not a linguistics breakout session. This session is not for you to get what you wanted. This is not for you as one individual as a fan of this channel to get what you wanted out of the session. You could go back to our catalog and you can see all of the other stuff that you might be looking for, which is what I was talking about earlier, where then you could be like, okay, I see where they're coming from. Here's the work they did on that. They was
here's the problem with that, Tristan.
So on and so forth.
Here's the problem with that, Tristan. Have I asked you all to go in depth and explain to me the complicated history? No, I have not.
You're saying you wanted that today. I'm saying we're not.
Right, but when you bring it up as if we've already gone through this, like I'm being disingenuous by asking certain questions because you've addressed it already. And I'm telling you, I don't know anything about that. So now I'm telling you, I don't know anything about that. So don't try to paint it like I'm being disingenuous by asking a question when I don't know the history.
Listen, we get it, and we kind of expect these kind of responses, which is why I framed it the way I did when I first spoke, which is we know what kind of responses y'all gonna have. People that are just getting in tune with it, even though we've been embroiled in this and for a long time and have been back and forth. So all we can do is say, look, we're not gonna just have a whole session for you to bring you up to speed. You're gonna have to go back and look up this stuff and find out for yourself, so on and so forth, right? But in the meantime,
this should be labeled conscious community veterans, right? Because if you know for this community, this show is not really for you then, right? Because we're lost in the conversation.
No.
The show should be labeled. Come on,
you actually
man.
being catered to on a level that people don't get catered to.
Why
what we're saying is,
I'm not asking you to cater, but what I'm saying is don't get an attitude when people ask questions. If you expect the questions to come, then why are you so up in arms when you get the question?
A question is befitting of the aptitude. And unfortunately, Amber, you are extremely intelligent. I could see if you wasn't, but you've already exhibited intelligence consistently throughout coming on YouTube. You're one of the most intelligent people I've met, and I'm not letting you.
She really is.
I'm not letting you off the hook.
Intelligent. Yeah,
she's a smart woman. I can tell. No, let me finish, Tristan.
You should.
Let me finish, Tristan. Let me finish it, Ngozi. When Aunt comes on here, it's I don't want to hear that. Yeah, I'm not Ngozi and I'm not Tristan. I'm constant.
But that's the thing. If you're watching and you're such a veteran, you would know me and I don't have that type of relationship.
When Wudjau come on here,
let's take it back.
When Chief X is on here,
even when me and Wudjau disagree. That's the whole thing. Let's be very clear. I'm not on team nobody. I don't fuck with nobody in this community like that. I'm Amber. I'm team Amber. That's the team I'm for.
I can tell you.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
All right. So now,
what are we talking about right now?
Okay, so now
came on here, it was all good. When they was making terrible statements, when Wudjau was calling me dumb, and I didn't hear nobody jumping up saying nothing.
Right.
And I clearly wasn't on the panel when Wudjau was calling anyone.
I don't know who clearly was what. I'm just telling you what time it is. I'm telling you what time it is.
So I want to go back to the other two people that I failed to mention from the process of redesigning each Egyptian language. There's two other people, Mubabengi Bilolo and Dr. Kipakit Sambu. Those are the two names that I failed to mention earlier.
Yeah, but, you said Bilolo they suit out.
Yes. But like I said, Asara has taken their work and has, I guess you could put in quotations, improved it. So that's why when we look at Asara's work, we're like, okay, this is the latest version of their works.
So how do you feel about the argument of them saying, the Africans should have agency as far as dealing with the language, and a lot of the conversation that deals around the language is not the African.
It doesn't exempt you from criticality. It doesn't exempt you from having to vet your information. Because if we do that, then we open the window for all kinds of fuckery to come through in the name of it's just black people. It's just black people running their own shit, right? So it don't matter what they do technically, but as long as it's black people running their own shit, right? It don't matter if they wrong.
Hold on, brother King Sosa. King Sosa. King Sosa. King Sosa. No, I just want to add on because it's five of us talking, and plus, we going through this quarantine thing, so we all want to build. We ain't got shit else to do, so we shouldn't even take offense to nothing. Let's just all build in love, and I'm saying this out of love, brother. There is nothing wrong with continental Africans dealing with linguists, because the whole thing on Asar's behalf is, he's saying that Africans should be able to construct the language families of so-called linguistics. But the problem is, all these Africans do, regardless of what country they're in, they all lie to a degree. Like, for example, Dr. Nti Diop, and I love Dr. Nti Diop. I'm not disrespecting him.
I love Diop. I mean, I know he ain't right on everything, but
no. I'm not disrespecting him. I'm just saying what he did. He's Wolof. And he said that the Wolof speak Medu Neter, or the people in Senegal, or they had some type of metallurgian came from Egypt into Senegal. That's not true. People in Central Africa developed metallurgian and in the Proto-Mindi group developed metallurgian on their own independently. So a Wolof will say that the Egyptians spoke a Wolof language. Bantus is saying from their zones, like Brother Mboli and Mbenga, who are Central Africans, they're saying that they spoke a Negro Egyptian language, which means Black Egyptian language. It doesn't make sense. So the thing is, you can be a linguist over there on the continent, but let's just be truthful. Let's be truthful. That's all I'm saying. Be truthful about it. Don't say because you live in a country, everybody in Africa, from the Zulu in South Africa who are Bantu, to the Wolof, to the damn Yoruba, to a lot of them, they all claim that they come from Egypt. That shit don't make sense. That doesn't make sense.
So you're saying you don't think they can be trusted linguistically? The Africans.
No, I don't think. No, I'm saying for Ngozi, for me, no, I do not think that content. I'm not even a lot of Europeans. I'm not letting them off the hook either. But when it comes to the Africans now, no, they can't be trusted when it comes to linguistics. I don't trust them because everybody from their own country is saying the same shit. If you're talking to a Zulu, we came from Egypt. If you're talking to a Wolof, we came from Egypt. If you're talking to somebody in Cameroon, we came from Egypt. You talk to the Bimileke, we came from Egypt. Come on, bro.
You got this.
Why you think that is though? What would be the your understanding of why you think so many people attach themselves to Kemet?
First of all, Kemet is an outstanding place. This is the apex of African classical civilization. I mean, it's a powerful place. And I think the idea of it is a lot of the people in Central and West Africa forgot where they come from. They forgot their own history. A lot of West African and Central African history is neglected. It's not really talked about. There's certain discoveries in Central and West Africa that hasn't even been found yet. All people focus on is Egypt. People have been focusing on Egypt since Champollion, the French guy that broke down a dissected Medu Neter. So what I'm saying is that, Egypt is a powerful place. So all these people are going to say that they come from Kemet. Now, and some things that they got comes from exchanging information from Arabs that came in. Like if you start going deeper into Yoruba culture, in Ifa, you might find some Islamic components in it, believe it or not. You talk to the Mende, certain Mandinka groups, the Balanta, the Bambata groups, a lot of them have a lot of components that they took from Arabs partially and kind of changed the narrative of their story. You even got Wolof people that said that they descendants of Prophet Muhammad. Now you've been sitting over here with this fraternal marker EM2 for the last 30,000 years, and out of nowhere you come from fucking Prophet Muhammad, a nigga that developed independently only 2,000 years ago. I'm sorry, 1,500 years ago, and your paternal marker goes back way longer than that. The same thing with the Igbos with the Igbo. So all these people are claiming some type of Middle Eastern origin because they don't really know nothing about themselves because of what happened, colonialism. The exchange with Arabs and different things, they kind of lost their identity. A lot of these people lost their identity. It's no different than a Puerto Rican that live in Puerto Rico. You ask them what are the components that make up Puerto Rican, they don't know. You know what I'm saying? They don't know. Yeah,
that's a hodgepodge. So you're saying there on the continent you don't see many linguistic correlations with some of other societies.
There definitely is a connection linguistically within the African. I'll explain. When it comes to Amazigh, which is the Berber languages, when it comes to Chadic, which is Hausa, the Hausa Chadic language, when it comes to the Bija language, which is Cushitic, Somali language, which is Cushitic, when it comes to the Afar language, the Oromo, when it comes to the actual ancient Egyptian language, or even Coptic, within that stratum, you find the syntax and cognates connected linguistically within the so-called family that we label as Afro-Asiatic. Now, when you go past that, the four major African languages, Nilo-Saharan, Afro-Asiatic, Niger-Congo, Khoisan, right? There is a common bridge between them all. remember, Afroasiatic developed in Africa. It didn't develop nowhere else but in Africa. It developed in the Horn of Africa. The proto phase of Afroasiatic develops around 18,000 years ago. And believe it or not, it split from a Niger-Saharan language family, which was partially responsible for Nilo-Saharan, possibly around 16,000 years ago. This is why every time when you look in the past, between Afroasiatics, whether they were pastoralists, Afroasiatic speakers who were pastoralists, or even before that, they were hunter-gathering groups like the Dodogo groups that lived in the hills of the Eritrean zones of Ethiopia. When you look back further, and they're hunter-gatherers, but when you look further back in time, within Africa, you're not going to find a Nilo-Saharan that's not next to a Nilo-Saharan speaker that's not next to a Afroasiatic speaker. Like when you look at the Bijan, Northern Sudan, or near the Red Sea, you're going to find an Nilotic group right next to them. For example, the Maradic language that the Nubians spoke in Northern Sudan is the Eastern Nilotic language family. Shanghai group that was in Western Africa, they spoke a Nilotic language. The Tibu people in Libya, they speak a Nilotic language. So what I'm saying is that the gap between Nilotic and Afroasiatic has a common ancestor that splits around 16,000 years ago, where they go off independently and morph into their own. When you go into the Niger-Congo branch is a hybrid language stratum. And some components of it could have a zone of a proto phase of Afroasiatic, which fuses together with the Codophonian groups or the Niger-Saharan groups and goes south before it evolves into the oldest stratum of so-called Niger-Congo, which is Proto-Mindi. Proto-Mindi is the earliest form of Niger-Congo before you get into this late form that Brother Assad talks about, which is Bantu. Bantu is the later branch or the latest form of Niger-Congo within the Niger-Congo language family. So yes, back to your question, there definitely is a connection linguistically with all African languages because they all got there. The first place where humans were communicating was in Africa. So it makes sense. So what I'm saying is a lot of Africa's advancements, their technologies, their achievements and things that were developed had nothing to do with Egypt. To give credit to only Northeastern Africa for the development of things to the rest of the continent is kind of sick and insane. And it's no different than the lie when people talk about the Hebrews coming in and teaching us. So what the fuck, what were we doing in the Congo before we came in contact with Egyptians? Because people was there. People were in West Africa. They were there. So what we was waiting for some Egyptians to come all the way from the Nile Valley, all the way through the Sahel Belt, all the way to hit to the oldest place where the Sanuke groups or the Ouagadougou groups were at in Mali or ancient Mauritania. What were we doing? So what I'm saying is it's disrespectful. It's disrespectful. Yep. That's all. That's our argument. It's disrespectful.
Hey, let me come right.
Not just that. I want to add to that. I want to add to what Amir is saying.
Go ahead, Mel.
Not just that. When you look at culture, in order for this to be true, the culture would have to have some sort of evidence, whether it's archaeological or whether the culture is present. And today, you would see influence in their culture. Same with linguistics. With linguistics, in order for these claims to be true, there has to be something called contact languages. There has to be a point of contact in their language where you can see influence or borrowing. A perfect example are the bits and pieces of the French language in the English language. You see bits and pieces of French, certain words that belong to the French language, but they're in our language. And the reason why they're in our language is because of the influence of the French to our people,
because of mutual contact,
and also because of revolution, wars, trade, all of those things matter. Correct. Because now
what about I'm just based on what I've seen him present, right, about the staff.
Sure.
Correlation of the staff and how it's similar to the one in Kemet. You know what I'm saying? I forgot the name of the staff. You know the staff they carry, they got the little, I forgot the name of it, got the little shape at the end of it. You know what I'm talking about? The little walking cane?
There are several staffs across the continent that they have some in Ghana, have some in Uganda. Staffs is not enough to
no, I'm saying, but that would be considered though. That would be in.
That wouldn't be enough because you have culture.
No, I'm saying not just enough. I'm saying, I mean, you can't just have one thing. I'm saying,
so let's talk about the staffs. A lot of the staffs that we see that's common between certain West African groups and Northeast African groups. We have to understand who are the group populations that make up Egypt. A lot of these people spent a lot of time with one another in the early Green Sahara. Like, for example, mummification. The oldest mummy don't start in Egypt. The oldest mummy was found in Libya.
Libya, 7,000 years ago.
7,000 years ago. So what I'm saying is
like natural mummification or human mummification.
Human mummification.
Human mummification.
The black Libyan mummy. It starts in southern Libya 7,000 years ago. You can look it up. Type up black Libyan mummy.
In other words, that staff is a general custom. You know, that's not specific enough.
Exactly.
The same 4,000 BC.
Yeah, black Libyan mummy.
All
okay.
Right, sure.
Yeah, look up black Libyan mummy. The staff is too general.
I'm just trying to bring up what I remember.
So a lot of the commonality between Egyptians, a lot of this stuff, like for example, the earliest cave writing, which was responsible for giving us hieroglyphics before the pictoriographs or whatever, or before linguistically it becomes coin receipts or coin language. The earliest form of art and communication of drawn levels of civilization, which shows the developmental phases of so-called Kemet, starts in the early Green Sahara. You know what I'm saying? The oldest monarchy starts in Nubia before you get King Scorpion and before you get these other groups. And where did the Sudanese come from? Where did these Nubians come from? Before we even come up with the term Nub, which means gold. Before Napata Playa, you have Karmer. And the Carmian groups comes from the Halfling groups, which comes from the early Green Sahara. So what I'm saying is that even before, even the Yoruba, see, this is the thing. But the term Yoruba is new. The Yoruba genetics is older than the so-called culture that we see now. They had another name before that. And before that, they had another name. So the proto-Yoruba group, before they established the so-called Yoruba family, especially when you deal with the little small paternal market too, before it was in sub-Saharan zones further south, they were in the Green Sahara. They were all in the Green Sahara. They spent time together in the Green Sahara. But a lot of the tools that you see, there was a lot of exchange. There was a lot of trade because the Egyptians went as far all the way to Chad and networked with those Hausa groups. That's why the Hausa or the Chadic language has a lot of connection between ancient Egyptian linguistically and the Chadic languages that's also connected to the Proto-Berber languages or the Proto-Amazigh languages before you have the later stratum of Amazigh languages. So there was a lot of exchange. Remember, the Egyptians are Africans, so they are networking with other groups of Africans. But what I'm trying to say is that they all developed things independently on their own without having anything to do with Egypt. You get what I'm saying? They did exchange things, but what I'm saying is that we have to give Africa or the rest of Africa a chance so we can recognize their personal developmental phase instead of just focusing on Northeast Africa. And I think that when people do that, they're no different than the Hebrews. They're no different than the Moors. You know, you're Egyptianizing everything.
Can I build on something that addresses the thing you were asking about in terms of why do people claim, you know, Egypt? Why do people claim such and such? Because it's glaringly obvious, right? All the stuff that the brother Ngozi ran through is stuff that's not really commonly taught in textbook and stuff. So the Green Sahara, you're not really going to find a lot of info on that, right? But I bet you will find a lot of info about Memphis, right? About places like that. You're going to find a lot of info on that. So what I want to build on is psychologically speaking, you have recorded history and then you have history that has not been recorded. So what
once you got the past, you got the past and its history. I got to go ahead.
You got history that's recorded that we can learn about and gravitate to because we know about it. And then we have other shit that happened that Brother Ngozi, for example, was talking about. We have no clue about it, so we cannot attach to it and know that we come from it. So our education is directly influenced by what? Colonialism, right? Imperialism, so on and so forth. Not just ours, but on the continent as well. So everyone is sort of working at a deficit where we want to claim either the Near East, right, or Middle East, or Saudi Arabia, or we want to claim Egypt because that's what got the most press. That's what's in the most books. That's what we have read about the most. So no, it's not because people have a direct connection to these places that they feel that they from there. No, they feel that they from there because that's what the fuck they've been subject to in terms of reading. Now, if people were subject to knowing about the Green Sahara and knowing about all these things about Kerma, about all these things that have been happening, right? They would be less likely to just hurry up and identify with being a Hebrew or hurry up and identify with being Egyptian, right? Or whatever have you. So we have to acknowledge the psychological impact that colonialism has, and naturally, because believe it or not, this is a privilege to be able to go and break down history and shit like that. We don't have to know any of this shit. You see what I'm saying? So we're not going to discover everything about us. And certain categories or types of people will be neglected, such as West Africa, Central Africa, so on and so forth, right? Pygmies, so on and so forth. All these different kind of populations, we don't get subject to them the way that we should in order to have a healthy gravitation towards them. So we can't play the numbers game and just say, well, just because all of these people are identifying with Kemet, that it must mean that it's something there, right? All those continental Africans that he talked about that said we go back to Kemet, that's all just folklore because they don't know. They were not taught all of the different successions of power that led all the way to them from their ancestors all the way down to them being the descendants. So we have to understand that we don't know that information. So we will pick some shit that we read and have seen over and fucking over and therefore identify with, kind of like when you're dealing with a horoscope. You see that shit enough, you're gonna be like, yeah, that's me right there. So there's a lot of that at play as to why people are gravitating. So I'm not gonna let people gravitating based off of that influence me as to what I gravitate towards. You see what I'm saying?
I mean, you even got Yoruba that lie and say they came from Arabia, bro.
Correct.
Like they honestly teach that shit, bro.
Correct.
Some Yorubas say they came from the Arabians, and you got the Igbos. You got the Igbos saying they come from Israel. That shit's sick.
Yeah, every people group has a fiction like that. It's white people with red hair talking about they was the Egyptians. It's people in China talking about, yeah, we was Egyptians or whatever. It's people everywhere that identify with something. But that don't mean that don't mean that they right just because they passionate about it.
Right.
Yeah, I got you. And the correlation with the staff though wasn't going for Kemet the other way. It was showing like that. It was basically kind of showing what you said, Ngozi. It was showing like how that the influence, how you can see that these people are sharing and transmitting information because you see it in one part of Africa and you see it now coming into, and now it goes into Egypt. Yeah. So it's showing a correlation of that migration and like trading.
Yeah. Yes. It definitely was a trade with other sub-Saharan and Northern African groups. You can see it when Amos took over in the 18th dynasty when he kicked out the Hyksos or the foreign rulers. You see different groups of Africans bringing him stuff. You see people with giraffes. You see people with pygmies, all types of people. You know, we have proof now that Punt was in Eritrea near the Red Sea. You see Hatshepsut going down there. They call that Taneter, land of the divine. So what I'm saying, I think
I saw an article on it.
Yeah. So yeah. But you know, a lot of that's from scientific research. They discovered Punt was near Eritrea. So you do find the land of Yam could have been in between Cameroon and Chad. I mean, these people have been exchanging with other groups of people within Africa for a long time. But the argument is everything in other parts of Africa has nothing to do with Egypt. People develop things on their own. And especially if Homo sapiens sapiens, if we believe in evolution, we should understand that Homo sapiens spent more time in Africa to be diverse, more than outside of Africa. We have to accept the diversity of Africa. There are more diversity within Africa, within a human genome, than outside of Africa.
Yeah. I got you. Yeah, that's natural. Yeah.
So the argument isn't that the Egyptians wasn't African. I mean, I think that Osir, I don't know if he believed it or not. I think he think that me or Team Osiris think the Egyptians came from somewhere else. We never said that. But some of their components did come from the Near East. I'm not gonna lie like they didn't.
They're right there, so of course they're gonna have.
I mean, they also keep in mind they ran that territory for a period of time.
Yes, they ran it for a long time. Egypt is a transcontinental country. Look up a transcontinental country. So everybody wasn't walking around looking like Wesley Snipes.
They're right on Levant. So yeah. I feel that part.
It was an area of convergence where different groups converged in one spot. Going east, west, north, and south along that Mediterranean, North Africa, East Africa.
Right.
You know,
I'm familiar.
Even the term we believe, and I'm gonna, I'm supposed to be having a bill with brother ZionLexx soon next week. But even I don't want to get too much in it. But even these terms like Kemet to explain a country is pseudo, because the people of that region then look at that whole landmass or that whole country as Kemet. We need to know what we're talking about when we talk about this so-called zone that we know as Egypt or Nubia. Even the term Nubia, the people in Tasseti or Karma or Napata Playa, they didn't use that. They didn't call that shit Nubia.
And refers to Kemet. Did they use that as? Are you saying it? Did they use that as a designation for a particular area?
It was for the black soil. Kemet means land. Kim means black. Kemet, which meant land of the black soot or black soil, for the fertileness or the rich fertileness or fertilization of the black soot or soil of the so-called Egypt. So it was based off the fertileness or the potency of the potency or the richness of the fertilization of the Nile. They call the red part of Egypt desert, where we get the term desert from. So when we say Kemet, where are we getting this from? Because that wasn't the name of the whole country.
Right. It'd be like if you're trying to describe California and you say the beach. Like, okay, that's one area. That's one area, but that ain't the whole thing.
That ain't the whole thing. So now we got to get into what did the people of that area call the whole country? Or did they even see it as a continental government? We see the government structure starting from the upper zones of all the way up to northern Sudan, when you get the Napata Playa and then you go into Thebes and all that. But what did they call themselves ultimately as a unification title to unify the whole land? What was going on?
Did they see it themselves? Did they see a region of it to be, or I don't want to say Kemet or whatever? Did they see it like that? Like what was their understanding as far as what they control? Like how did they see it?
They had Tamari, beloved land. They had Semi-Tawi. You know what I'm saying? They had different names for it, but
it depends what time frame also.
And it also depends on the time frame. This whole Kemet thing comes from a lot of our scholars, where they label Kemet, which means black land. At one point, Dr. Anti-Joke said it meant black people. Linguistically, it doesn't mean black people. That wasn't true. Ta and Medunete means land. Kim means black. And when you look at what Kemet means, you look at the hieroglyph for it, you can see it's based off the richness and the rich fertilization or the dark soil, Kemet, the rich soil of a specific region of the land. The reason why they also call the desert, where we get the term desert from. We have to be careful when we're talking about Egypt. We have to.
All right, so you're against that. We shouldn't even refer to them as Commissions. I don't even know.
No, they wasn't commissions. They wasn't commissions. They didn't call themselves commissions.
It does a disservice to the diversity of Africa to just reduce people to one name or whatever. Like, we don't know.
I'm just talking about that the one little area, like far as what they control. Like, you know what I'm saying? We got we do have a name with like I'm Geechee. Now that expands a lot of different cross cultures, and
you Mindy and Congo. My daddy is Afro-American Geechee or Creole, same shit. But
but we still, we still call ourselves Geechee, even though, you know what I'm saying, it encompasses shit from North Carolina, Florida. Yeah. So I'm saying you might have Gullas in one area, and then we have Geechees in other areas.
The Seminole, yeah.
What would they call themselves? Like, what would they call themselves?
What, the people of Kemet? What would they call themselves?
Yeah.
They had more than one name.
Right. Look at it like this. Look at black people here. We done been Negro, Black, African American, like over a couple hundred years. We talking about a place that's been in succession for more than a couple hundred years. So over that couple hundred years, they called themselves different shit, I imagine.
So are you saying based on similar to colonialism because of what you're talking about, with wars and?
Yeah, we
for whatever reason. I'm just saying people change names all the time.
They had Ramesh. They had a lot of names. They never called themselves Commission though. That's not real. That's not. That's
what we call them after the fact. What we call them. That's an after the fact name.
That's just like when people talk about Mesopotamia and they calling these people Sumerians. That's not what they call themselves. Even the Sigagigi. Sumer is a specific region of these Ubanian people that took over and developed this culture within the zone of Sumer, and then going through this zone called Kish, and then they labeled themselves Sigagigi.
But what did they call themselves? People really don't. They had different names, so we got to be.
We don't speak their language first off. So anything that we say is just something. It's called an exonym. If we say any kind of name in English, it's called an exonym. That means it's a name that an outside group is calling you. So we calling them Kemetic, Cometian. You know what I'm saying? We calling them Sumerian. That's not what they call themselves. We just calling them that after the fact, just for frame of reference to say we talking about these general people. But they had all kind of different names over the hundreds of years that they was there. Not only that, but city names and locations. Like, you think it wasn't more than one city called Memphis or more than one city called Tyre or, you know, whatever. Like, and cities move, you know, West Virginia and Virginia might have been one Virginia at one point, just for example. You know what I'm saying? Like, like states change names, you know what I'm saying, and get incorporated into another state. Like, that shit happens. This shit used to be called Louisiana all the way up to Canada. You feel me?
Yeah, I got you.
It's not called that right now though. You know what I'm saying?
As an add-on, even with the term Nubian, I want to speak on that. That's a Greek term for gold, land of gold. That's not what the people call themselves. And the Egyptians, when they talked about the so-called people of Nubia or Sudan, they talked of Akushi. Akushi. That was a descriptive term that they were giving those people south of Thebes when you go into Aswan. So we got to understand what the hell is going on. So when we try to play this game and make things out to be the way we want it to be, which is commercialized as fuck and very animated the way we do it, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
Okay, so I want to kind of, I know Sosa, you may have some more questions. I want to kind of steer the panel in a bit of a different direction. We have two other people that have joined the panel that haven't had the opportunity to speak. One is Sister Tiffany French, and the other is Cuban Crisis. Peace to both of you. I'm not sure if you had any questions or comments, but yes, wanted to make sure you guys got the opportunity to speak.
Peace. Malik, if you want to say something, you can go ahead. Okay. Malik? Okay. So anyways, so peace to the panel, peace to Team OSIRIS. I hear you, brother Ngozi, building and whatnot. So my question to you, brother Ngozi, if you still there, are you still there, Ngozi? Ngozi?
Yeah, I'm right here. I was doing push-ups. Go ahead. I'm listening to Quinn. Go ahead.
Okay. Cool.
I'm doing. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. So now let's go into the genetic markers. Shall we?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so now when it comes down to genetic markers, right? How do we what's the difference between the genetic markers and the morphology?
Well, the genetic markers is based off the human genome. Morphology, descriptively, based off certain morphologies of their phenotype, skull type, or whatever, is totally different. It's different than dealing with the genome of the people. So, for example, the morphology between Nile Valley Egyptians and the morphology between Congolese people isn't the same. The affinities isn't even similar. You get what I'm saying? Commonly when we speak. Now, when it comes to the genetic marker, even with the human genome, is different between people that's Yoruba and the common paternal marker for Egyptian men. Yes, the Egyptian men today, even today, is admixed as they are. Paternally, 60 to 70% of Egyptian men have a paternal marker that's been up there for 26,000 years. And it descends from people that came from the sub-Saharan zones of the Horn of Africa. Their paternal marker is E1B1B, or the subclade, or the naming, another nomenclature for it, or their terminal SNP for it, a subclade of E1B1B is EM78. And that's still predominant in so-called Egypt to this day, compared to the paternal marker where a lot of us come from, all through the Sahel and all through tropical sub-Saharan West Africa, is predominantly EM2. And EM2 and E1B1B both split from EP2 paternally, right? When we get into the genome, and that split somewhere in the Horn of Africa, but it's separated damn near 35,000 years ago, those different subclades. So what I'm saying is that that's enough time. So when someone bring up Ramesses having EM2, Ramesses only got EM2 because a few people from the Sahel, before we went further south into the sub-Saharan zones and mixed with other ghost populations that was down there before we fused together and became other groups. Some of those cats went back through the Sahel and ended up back in Egypt. So you did have some lingering EM2 over there, but it still wasn't the predominant marker. The predominant marker up there, even when you study the Iberian Marusians of North Africa, was predominantly EM78, the clade of E1B1B. So even when EM2 went there, it wasn't the predominant marker. So it doesn't make sense.
Okay, so now let's talk about the maternal marker.
Okay. The maternal marker of Egyptians were predominantly Eurasian. It was predominantly Eurasian. Now, does that make them not African? We have to understand the language was African. The base population or source for the ancient Egyptians was African, because you do have L3 and L2 there, which starts from the upper zones. But through sexual selection and time, a lot of basal Eurasian populations from the Levant found their way into Africa. You also find a lot of paternal markers that leave out of North Africa into the Levant. When you go into like the Natufian population, they're predominantly E3B, but maternally they're Eurasians. So what I'm saying is that most of the Egyptian markers wouldn't be common sub-Saharan African markers. It wasn't. When you go all the way to the Iberian Marusians and you look at the mitochondrial DNA, from what they have discovered, it wasn't the common markers that you find in sub-Saharan Africa. When you go into the recent studies in that area that they just found, and that was a Hyksos burial site, by the way, but there has always been a lot of those basal Eurasians or later Eurasian markers have always been there, because you got a lot of components that's coming into Africa or Northeast Africa at different times. But through sexual selection and time, these Egyptian men were constantly breeding with women from outside of the continent. They never gave their women away, but they'd take other people's women. You know, even the weave, what's the name, ladies that was coming in. You know, they was from the Near East. They was picking up lapis lazuli from near Iraq or Iran. They was getting the cetyl ebony wood from Canaan or the Levant. So they were exchanging a lot, and they was taking on a lot of women. But these basal Eurasian women, you got to remember, anything that comes from mitochondrial DNA L3, which give rise to mitochondrial DNA N and M, anything that separates first, the basal SNPs break off. Basal means branch off base. So anything after N and M1, which gives rise to ROA, and the first subclades or the most basal subclades of U and U1, U1, U2, 3, U4, U5, U6, mitochondrial DNA N, the later subclades, some H's and ROAs. These are basal Eurasians because they were the first one to branch off the base of mitochondrial DNA N. And some of these women leaked themselves back into Africa as early as 30,000 years ago. Even with mitochondrial DNA U and M1. I mean, when did she come back into Africa? Or looking at U6, U6 and mitochondrial DNA M1 been in Africa for 40,000 years. That does not make them not African. They've been there a long time to become endogenous to those zones. The difference between endogenous and endogenous, or indigenous and endogenous. So we got to make sense about what's going on.
Okay. Now I'm gonna ask one more question. Now this is pertaining to Neanderthals. Many of our people still don't believe or don't or get the understanding of how we inherit the Neanderthal genes, as far as African descendant people, not just people in America, because it's also been an article that stated that the people in Africa have some form of Neanderthal in them. So it's been recent studies about that. Can't you expound on that, please?
Oh, there's two reasons for why we got some archaic traits. One reason is that a lot of these archaic humans, some of these people were isolated in tropical sub-Saharan Africa before a lot of the later stratums of Homo sapiens got there, and we kind of mixed with them. A lot of the pygmies had this component, and that early ghost population, or which exists in sub-Saharan Africa, west and central, could have been Homo heidelbergensis.
Have some form of Neanderthal.
Right. So the thing is that Homo heidelbergensis also comes from a common gap that Homo sapiens, Neanderthals, and Denisovans all possibly split from, which is Homo ancestor. You get what I'm saying? Who left out of Africa when he first developed he comes out of the Homo
Ngozi?
Homo ancestor. He came from, we have Homo ergaster, Homo erectus, and then you have Homo ancestor. And Homo ancestor give rise to another brother clade component, which is Homo heidelbergensis, which split. Homo heidelbergensis or Rhodesian man spent a lot of time in the sub-Saharan zones. A lot of these Homo heidelbergensis groups were in West Africa. Central Africa, and this is possibly the ghost population.
The ghost population.
So that's one reason why some of us have this archaic component, but they're not talking about it yet because they haven't sequenced it enough properly to see what this ghost population was. Another reason why we have Neanderthal genes is because of our European ancestors that inserted their genes in us through rape and intermarriages and breeding with. So a lot of these Europeans, I don't care if you're 10% European, if you're 5% European, if you're 5 to 10% European, you have a point percentage, whether it's 0.8%, 0.5%, 0.6%, not a whole 1%, but a point percentage of Neanderthal traits in you. So it's common for African Americans to have some type of point percentage of Neanderthal in them because we have a chunk percentage or a component of Nordic European ancestry. And another reason why
Arabs too in Africa,
Arabs too.
for the continental Africans,
Yes. And the only reason why a lot of continental Africans also have a trait because they found the traces of Neanderthal components in some Yoruba, and they found traces isn't the whole percentage. Traces, these are again at point percentages, but those traces are at point percentages, whole point percentages in North Africa. Why? Because a lot of the North Africans mixed with people from the Middle East who had larger chunks of this
Neanderthal
components, and they took it into North Africa. So when you deal with these so-called modern Berbers, they have a larger chunk at whole percentages of Neanderthal genes compared to people in sub-Saharan zones like the Mindi groups or the Yoruba groups who only have traces of it. And the only reason why they have certain traces of it, because a lot of our Yoruba brothers, not a lot of them, but some of them at some time before they was probably called Yoruba, or some of the Mindi groups, they were already trading with Berbers. And in between trading, there's breeding. You get what I'm saying? So when they breed, they're leaving babies behind. And if they leave babies behind, these babies grow up in these sub-Saharan communities. So let's say the first time they bred with each other, the baby probably had a larger percentage of Neanderthal genes in them. But then as they mix with more sub-Saharan Africans, that 3% Neanderthal broke all the way down to
it thinned out.
It thinned out because they kept breeding with the selective group population that was around them. So it's a lot of reasons why you find archaic genes in sub-Saharan Africa and why you find Neanderthal genes in North Africa. We got to look at the people that's in North Africa and the components that North Africans intermix with coming from the Levant. And where was the first place that Homo sapiens bred with Neanderthals at first? Based off modern research, it happened in Israel 50,000 years ago. 50,000 years ago.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna ask one last question because I know you were talking about, the community and stuff, and I wanted to kind of, just getting a little bit about epigenetics, just for a little bit, and then I'm done.
Well, epigenetics, you can see what goes on. Epigenetics, genes are turned off based off environmental pressures and changes. Certain genes turned off and on. So certain genes can be activated or it can be turned off based off environmental shifts and environmental changes. You get what I'm saying? You can find certain throwback polymorphisms kicking in again. You can find all types of things kicking in again. So genes can be turned on and off based off environmental changes and shifts within so-called what we call label as epigenetics. That's it.
Okay.
It's your environment influencing your genetics and, in real time, kind of.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
So that's what I'm saying. So overall, dealing with this stuff, man, we just want to make sense out of everything that we say and show and prove it scientifically. We're not trying to convince the audience or convince people to think like us. We're just trying to get you to understand how to think, how you can make a decision for yourself. We don't want to be like white supremacists, Africanizing everything, or Bantunizing everything, or Wolofizing everything, or whatever tribe of people you think you descend from doing that. That doesn't make sense. I mean, again, I'm going to tell my story. My mother's Fulani. Her mother was Algerian. Her mother that's Algerian have a high component of Middle Eastern genes in her. You're not going to see me calling my goddamn self an Arab or a fucking Berber. No. And with me even being partially Fulani, I accept my Mendi from my African-American father ancestors more than a North African Berber component. I'm not claiming that. So you get what I'm saying? I'm not going to do that. But I know the history of the place. I know the history about what's going on. So it is what it is.
All right. Thank you very much for that, Tiffany.
All right. Thank you.
Yep. There's also two other people on the panel that haven't got a chance to say remarks or questions or comments, there's Brother Cuban Crisis, Brother Malik, and there's also Malik Kamara, who also joined the panel just recently. I'm not sure if either of you two had something that you wanted to say. Any questions, comments?
Peace. Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
I think Cuban Crisis phone slipped off.
Okay. Yeah. Cuban, we can hear you. Just for the record, you did come in pretty clear. I'm not sure if you can hear us, but yes, we can hear you. What about you, Malik Kamara? Did you have any comments?
Yeah, I got some things I want to say.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
I can't even hear him. I don't know if you guys muted him.
You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, because when you guys were talking, I'm hearing Tiffany.
Go ahead, fam.
Go ahead. I couldn't hear him. What did he say?
Oh, I can hear him. You can't hear him?
No, I can hear him now. I can hear everybody now.
Start talking.
What'd you say, King?
Cuban Crisis, you may have to drop off and come back on. You have to drop off, and when you come back on, you can try to see if you can hear us better.
Yeah, so I just want people to understand science, man. It ain't just about understanding science. Just understand people that we claiming and the people that we talking about, or just at least accept the diversity of the continent of Africa. I mean, try to make sense out of it, bro, and don't be like white supremacists and try to do the shit that they do.
I want to hear what your question is, but let me just finish what I was saying. I'm not saying that Kemet was called Kemet at every point in its over 3,000 year history. So so the brother that just said that, I'm not making that claim. So, what I said was that at the 11th dynasty is when the kingdom was first called Kemet. And it was called Kemet. Kemet at that point and referred to the entire kingdom. And there were points where parts of Kemet was called Kemet. So Kemet was known by a few names prior to the word Kemet being used for his name.
And brother Wudjau, I wanted to just say this, Brother Wudjau, because this is a good bill, and I'm glad you're here because you do know about Kemet, or the place that we call Kemet. And if you heard, this was Ngozi talking. I said it was me that said they had different names. Kemet was never like the name in the beginning or the beginning. Kemet means the black land. It doesn't have anything to do with black people. When people say it means black people, or they call themselves Commission, that doesn't make sense. But I agree. In the 11th dynasty, by the time the 11th dynasty formed, that probably was one of the names that they used, Kemet. But they still didn't call themselves, when they identified themselves, they didn't say I'm Commission. I'm Commission. Like so. You being understanding language, did they identify themselves as being Commission?
No, they didn't refer to themselves. They didn't use the word Kemet to refer to their skin color. So you're absolutely right about that. And Kemet wasn't used. Kemet wasn't used in the early dynasties for the name of their kingdom. It was called Kanu, which meant home or the interior, and it was called Tawi, which is the two regions. They translate it as two lands, but it's two regions. And we have to understand that the Egyptians, or the Remish as they call themselves, they actually saw their kingdom comprised of two distinct different habitats. One today we call the Delta, which is very kind of swampy, very fertile, and it was very plain-like. It was very wide and plain if you look in both directions. Then the other part that they distinguished was a very narrow part that we call the valley. So when we say the Nile Valley civilization, we do it in justice because really it's the Nile Valley and Delta.
Exactly.
So it's Tawi. And I think one of y'all mentioned Sema-Tawi.
Yeah, that was me. That was the goal. It says Sema-Tawi. Sema-Tawi.
Sema-Tawi is the full name, and it meant the unification of those two regions. So
that's right. So yeah, that's what I was, and I agree. That's what I was saying. I said they called them one title. They called themselves in the scripture the Ramesh. I brought that up, and I also brought up Sema-Tawi. I also brought up the term that they use for the red land, which desert, which gives rise to the term desert that we know today. and Kemet, the black land, not in the sense of understanding black people. It had nothing to do with people. And Dr. Diop, or Diop, and the French term Diop, he said, and when in the case that it meant black people. And again, that doesn't mean that I'm denouncing Dr. Diop, because I'm not. I'm just saying that when people, we have to go back and upgrade the information, like Dr. John Henry Clark said. You know, if we stand on the shoulders of our ancestors or the people that came before us, we need to upgrade the information and put the stuff out there properly. But it had nothing to do. No one called themselves a Commission. I'm a Commission when they identified themselves in that part of the Nile Valley. And that's something that the brother Zion, I think, is going to use. You know, he's talking about if Mesopotamia is older than so-called Egypt. And I want to put an end to Mesopotamia because they had to change it. And Brother Garfield made sense. You know, him coming on there talking about the influence, if Mesopotamia influenced so-called Egypt or Kemet, they influenced one another, they traded. That's a fact. But I want to put an end to these people that's running around here because they're trying to keep up that Hebrew narrative or that biblical narrative of coming from Mesopotamia, and Mesopotamia is coming into Africa and civilizing these people. It's in game for that.
So I want to make a comment because, you know, I like for people to hear when people agree, because a lot of people try to highlight the disagreement. So to your point about the Egyptians not referring themselves as black, but we have our esteemed elder Sheikh Anta Diop that a lot of people revere and love, and is one of our giant scholars. He actually did push for the name Kemet referring to the skin, you know, the land of black people. But since then, we've addressed that. Myself, Asar Motep, and Brother Sanjeti, we've addressed it over the years. And more recently, we addressed it in a documented form, but we only wrote an introductory like three short articles on the issue. So people want to know the details about how and why the Egyptians did not refer themselves as the land of black people. We already addressed that. And when we addressed it, we felt pushback coming from the so-called conscious community, and people felt like we were attacking Sheikh Anta Diop. And that was a unfortunate, accusation when we, we're not attacking Diop. We actually, revere Diop ourselves. But truth is truth, facts are facts, and we have to address the information no matter who, what color you are, what your name is, or how many people love you or hate you. So that's why we did this preliminary work right here. So, but you're correct. But I do want to say something too. Kemet was also known as Idebwi. And so Deshret and Kemet are basically two opposing or sets up a dichotomy. The word Kemet it deals with wetness, and the word Deshret deals with dryness. So basically Kemet was areas that had access to water, and Deshret were areas that did not have access to water. And so non-access to water produces a desert, access to water produces a fertile land for agriculturalists. And so that's really what it boils down to. It had nothing to do with skin color.
Eesh, that's power. I'm in agreement 100%. Yeah, that's power. Yeah. So that goes back to the brother, I don't know who it was, they was asking earlier about commissions or, what do the people call themselves or whatever. Kemet is a complex place. It's not simple. People try to make it simple and box these people into one type of people, and it's kind of really hard to do that. You can't do that. So yeah, that's 100. That's 100, brother.
Mm-hmm. We don't want to but they did at one period refer to themselves as Kemet. You say from the Levitt dynasty on. They
referred to that specific region or the kingdom. They ruled that
the area is Kemet.
It's Kemet, but they had other names prior before. And like he said, and I also stated, like he said, the wet land or the fertilization of the dark soot or soil or the wetness of that part. And desert gives rise to the dry lands, which is the desert. So that lets you know what's going on. But overall, the 11th dynasty, as he said, they called the specific region or that part of so-called what we know as Kemet today, Kemet, the ruler of Kemet. You get what I'm saying? Or what he's saying, same thing.
Yeah, Kemet. Right. Kemet. Now, as far as Commission, that's a modern name people say, Commissions or Kamau. And I addressed that over the, in the past as well. Commission comes from Kemetiu, and the entire population wasn't referred to as Kemetiu like that. They were referred to themselves as the Remage. But Kemetiu was a name for people who actually dwelt in a more narrow sense of Kemet, because Kemet was the name of the kingdom at the 11th dynasty. But prior to that, there were a few places called Kemet, just like cities. There were a few cities called Kemet, and the people who dwelt there are called Kemetiu, which is a Nisbi adjective, as if to say, it's a demonym, it's to say those who dwell in Kemet. But it was talking about just a small city. And more modern times, one of those cities is now known as Athribis, which is named after the Greeks. I mean, it was named by the Greeks.
And that's fine. One of my points with that conversation we was having that you were listening to was that we don't want to do these people of the area a disservice by limiting them to just describing them as this, Commission or Kemet, because there's a lot more going on there. That was what we were saying. You don't want to disrespect the diversity that they did call themselves different things at different times,
Yeah.
Wudjau, can you speak to the Bantu argument?
I didn't hear that. I must not have tuned in.
Are you familiar with the SARS argument as far as the Bantu languages?
Oh, if you're talking about a SARS argument, nah, I'll let him speak to that. He got all the tools and things fresh in his mind to speak on that. But I didn't hear the if y'all talked about that earlier, I wasn't tuned in yet. But as far as I'm familiar with his arguments, but he'd probably be best to articulate his own arguments. Well, I do want to say this, and I don't know if y'all said this, so I don't want to accuse anybody of saying this today or tonight. But what I find is that even with the language situation, people misunderstand and think that the name Negro Egyptian is a claim to say that the languages that are labeled under that title come from Egypt. And I've had to clarify that to quite a few people that the name has nothing to do with the languages coming out of Egypt, or that Egyptian gave birth to all these other languages and things like that. Not even the geographical location or the Egyptian language did not give birth to these languages. The Negro Egyptian, title is an umbrella title given or coined by Dr. Theophilo Benga as
Black Egyptian.
Yeah,
Black Egyptian.
As a pushback paired up with the pushback that he and Cheikh Anta Diop were doing in the 1970s, pushing back on European scholars that were claiming that the Egyptian civilization was birthed or created by either Europeans or West Asians, and that Africa or that Africans had nothing to do with its creation. And so they were trying to push back and prove a point that Egypt is African, not only African, but Black Africa, because of the colonialism of today. So they want to emphasize Black Africa. And so when they were dealing with the languages, they referred to it as Black Egyptian to, reinforce or double down on that. But it has nothing to do with the languages coming from Egypt or from the Egyptian language. And this is why Osir changed the name to Chiana Intu to kind of just totally throw that confusion to the side. And that was pretty much accepted by the scholars that deal with that. So we refer to it as Chiana Intu and no longer Negro Egyptian.
Right. And when like you said, when Negro Egyptian was described, it was put in play to oppose the Eurocentric or the European narrative of Egypt. It was an oppose. It only means Black Egypt. Black Egypt. That's what it means. Black, the language family comes from black people. So it's Black Egypt, Black Egyptian, or Negro Egyptian. Negro means Black. So it's Black Egyptian, which shows that the language family came from Black people. And you guys gave another title for it today. But when they did coin that term Negro Egyptian, it was only put in play to oppose against the racist narrative of how the Eurocentric viewed Egypt.
Mm-hmm. I see it as like an overcorrection. It wasn't necessarily right and exact or correct, but it was an overcorrection in response to, like you said, the European or Semitic, shit that was going on in terms of,
Well, let's clear it, because let me just say this: Theophilo Benga did not create that title. It was actually a white person. So he actually ran with it in terms of labeling a family of languages, but he didn't create that term as a pushback. So let me just make sure that's clear. What it is that it doesn't matter what the name of the family of languages are called, but Negro Egyptian was like that part wasn't an overcompensation of it, because they never claimed that the languages came from Egypt. You know, they never made that claim. It's just that he actually took a title that was already existed, that was created by a European scholar, and he just used it.
And when
he used it.
Right, and when that European scholar, I'm sure he was probably French, right? What was he, French or German? What type of Egyptology?
French.
Okay, he was French. So this French, the dude that came up with the term Negro Egyptian, he
was a female.
Okay, the lady that came up with the term Negro Egyptian, she was describing, when she did come up with it, she was basically saying that the language of these people came from black people, right? Just black people, right?
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
So its origins lies in this overcorrection where it's not really correct itself, but it's just a response to yet more incorrect placement as far as these Semitics and these Europeans. That's the way I see it, you know?
Well, the languages themselves are languages of black people, so there's nothing incorrect about it. So if I say it, but it's not. But Egyptian is where it gets confusing, because if you hear Black Egyptian, it's different to say Black African languages versus Black Egyptian languages. If you say Black African languages, I don't think anybody would be confused. But because it says Black Egyptian,
right, that's making a different statement. If you say Black African languages, absolutely, it makes a different statement than Black Egyptian.
Right, but I'm saying
that's also generalizing it as well. So in linguistics, you kind of want to at least have a pinpoint. If you're going to speak about a particular region, then you want to at least have a name that fits for that particular region. Black African is very, very generalized.
I think that even with her coming up with the coin, and I mean, I understand when he just broke it down, but even with her coming up with the coin Black Egyptian or Negro Egyptian, at that time it had its place. But the further we dig, I'm just saying, I understand her point, but all the Egyptians wasn't black. I mean, how do we define black? I mean, these people didn't identify themselves as black people. The people, everybody in so-called Kemet, or the area that we call Kemet, wasn't walking around looking like Wesley Snipes. There has always been, and my whole argument has always been, Go ahead, Kay.
No, I was going to say that's part of the problem, and that's what we've been addressing. And so we fixed it. The solution now is we don't use that Negro Egyptian term anymore. It's China into. But now I want to say this, that our modern social construct of race, which is where black falls, had nothing to do with historical or ancient people. The Egyptians did not have the modern social construct of race. So they didn't see themselves. Of course, they had eyes and they could see differences, but they didn't have this identity categories like we have today: black, white, red.
Right. And that's why I say that statement is incorrect to say black. That's just you're just generalizing, you know, where it's much more.
Right, and that's also why the term Hamido-Semitic was also denied, because there's no way you could connect that to a set group of people.
And Ham never exists.
That too, yeah.
So to that end, that's why Obenga and Diop was emphasizing the Africanness. And if you read his book, he actually says it. He actually kind of explained it, but the explanation is like too far in between than everybody hearing, Negro Egyptian or Black Egyptian, stuff like that. So it's just confusing. So the solution is here now. And, now it's time for people to, just understand that and keep it pushing. So, the Egyptians didn't refer to themselves as Black. Nobody did.
No,
they had different forms of they have different prerequisites or criteria for identity back then than we have today.
Exactly.
So, and nobody's technically Black.
That's right. That's hey, Brother Wudjau, I'm glad you're on here. And I don't know. I don't know what other people views or how they view Ngozi, but that's all I ever been teaching. I don't know if like since I've been around, that's all I ever been teaching. all I ever been teaching. You know, my whole argument has always been these people do not identify themselves as that. You know, I'm not against Afrocentricity, but the exaggeration that comes with Afrocentricity is insane to me. And that's all I ever been opposing against. That's all I ever been going against. You know, the Egyptians never identified themselves as so-called black people. Nobody did. So I mean, that's what my argument is. And another thing, I just want to say this, King, dealing with if you want to call it Afro-Asiatic or not, because I follow a lot of Christopher Eric, and I know you guys don't agree with him, and that's okay. But another thing is, I want the world to know, I never said that Afro-Asiatic or this specific branch or so-called language family, whether you want to call it that or not, came from outside of Africa. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm wrong, so, you know, quote me if I'm wrong, I think Brother Asar thinks, and I asked Unc to let me talk to him, you know what I'm saying? And I think Brother Asar thinks that Ngozi believes that Afro-Asiatic comes from outside of Africa. I don't think that. Christopher Eric don't think that. Afro-Asiatic, according to what's following, what's going on, it developed in Africa. So I mean, so what I'm saying is that I just don't like, you know, how some people think, not even just if Asar think that, but people in the audience or the conscious community, they think that I'm some type of fanatic for Asiatics, and I'm not. There's even things people going around saying that Ngozi is a Muslim, or I was in the I think the Nation of Islam. That's a fucking lie. I'm a Muslim, but I'm a Muslim for political reasons. I'm not a practicing religious Muslim. You know what I'm saying? My mother's brother Wudjau, my mother's Fulani. My family's Muslim. My daddy's a street Muslim. So I'm not a practicing religious Muslim. And they also say, I changed my thoughts, or I call myself a Moor. Why wouldn't I call myself a Moor if my grandmother's Algerian? Moor is a descriptive term. What's wrong with that? I mean, I have Berber ancestry. So what I'm saying, I want the world to know what Ngozi is saying and how I think, or why I say the things I say. But I'm not a religious person, and I'm not a person that believes in the Middle East coming into Africa and developing things, or came up with Afro-Asiatic. I don't believe that. Afro-Asiatic, according to my research, developed in Africa, just like Nilo-Saharan, Niger-Congo, or whatever, whether they were old language families that they said, or whether they upgraded it today. All that shit developed in Africa. So Ngozi don't teach that, or I don't say that. So I want the world to do that, period.
Well, let me just say well, first, I'm sure, because I don't want to pretend to speak for Asar, and I don't want to pretend that I'm in his head. So I don't know what he thinks, if you think that way. But for me, being around Asar and working with him, I don't see that as an issue. Like I don't think so. But he could speak to that whenever he can. But I will say this: the position is not where Afro-Asiatic came from. The position is that Afro-Asiatic as a language phylum is not a valid genetic language phylum. That's the issue. So because in order to develop or to create this genetic family of languages, there's certain protocols or procedures that must be followed, and that was not done to produce that phylum. And so it's a typological grouping, and it's okay for people to use it, and a lot of people use it because we know what's grouped in there. We know what's grouped under it. We know Semitic and so on and so forth. So when people say Afro-Asiatic, we know what languages that people are talking about. And that's fine. See, there's no problem with that. But when people go beyond that and say that all these languages that are in that group are genetically related, that's where we have to pump the brakes, because the work, no work was done to prove that. And so that's the real issue. So just like biological genetics, just like biogenetics, you can't, just because two people look alike on the surface and whatnot. I could show you pictures of celebrities who are not related, but they look alike. Just because they look on the surface that people look alike or similar and stuff does not mean that they're genetically related. You can only know their genetic relationships by actually testing and mapping their genomes, their genetics, and then comparing them, and then you can see if they match. That wasn't done for the languages, to put an analogy there. So that's the issue. That's the core of the issue that's been seen. As far as the origin of stuff, I can't speak to what he thinks and stuff like that. But that's the issue. That's been an issue for years.
Let me say this, Brother Wudjau. and this is Ngozi, because it's just not you guys. It's the people out there as well. I mean, you just explained, what's going on. I'm gonna say this. When it comes to them genetically, not linguistic genetics or dealing with their language genetically, or the genetic connection linguistically, but when it comes to people that they say speak so-called Afro-Asiatic within that so-called language family, and I'm saying so-called language family, genetically or biologically, there is a connection. You can see it. You can see, I'm just saying, when you follow and you understand a phylogenetic tree, you're an intelligent person. I hear you talking. I hear you do the research, you do the knowledge. And there is a biological or genetic connection with people or the people that they label or that practice, that speaks this so-called that's part of the so-called Afro-Asiatic language family. When you look at the Amazon or the so-called Berbers of North Africa, when you look at the Somalis, when you look at the Oromos, which they say speak Cushitic branch of Afro-Asiatic, or the Amazon that speak the northern branch of Afro-Asiatic, or the so-called modern Egyptians today, or even the so-called Middle Eastern Arabs, and you look at their paternal markers and autosomal or the human leukoantigen, you see the connection, and it's distinct from people that live in tropical sub-Saharan Africa or so-called South Africa. You see a more common connect, and I'm just saying, I'm just dealing with the genetics or the stuff that's out there, dealing with the people biologically, and you do the knowledge on genetics. You're aware of this. You can see the common thread genetically with these people. You know what I'm saying? So you are right. You just can't base it off lookership and say because a Fulani looks like a Somali, they the same. Because again, I'm Fulani. Some people think I'm East African, but Fulanis is different genetically than so-called East African. There's a difference than a Somali, but we look alike. But take away the lookership at the population and just look at the genetics between the Somalians, the Egyptians, the Bija, the Oromo, the Amazon, and even the damn Hausa. You see, the connection is there within that human leukoantigens or their immunities. When you look at the paternal marker, most Amazon or Berbers is E3B. Most Egyptians at 60 to 70% is E3B. Most Somalians at 80 to 90% is E3B. You even find the T markers up there lingering around. But overall, predominantly, these cats are, and you can't just base it off haplogroups, because I don't want to just talk about specific little snips, but I also want to talk about the autosomal DNA. I also want to talk about their human leukoantigens. I also want to talk about the Lafayette genes. All these components that make them up that's very common biologically, you can see the connection with these people and why some people will come up with the conclusion or say that, this is this over that is that. Compared to us coming from, tropical sub-Saharan Africa and studying certain genetic components that we have, there's a difference. There's a difference. There's a difference. There's a big difference. And let me just say this, Wudjau. My whole argument always been, how do we accept evolution, especially us educated ones, but we don't want to accept the diversity of Africa or the certain pockets of Africa where people had enough time to develop in isolation to have their own independent, genes or different things. We can't just mumble jumble shit all in one corner and not understand the diversification of the continent. West Africans, developed independently on their own. These people have been swapping around for a long time, all through that continent. East Africans develop on their own. But you do see the component. Like when you look up something called the Coptic component or the Ethio-Somali component or the Maghreb component, you see, component means peace, but you see that common thread between these people. You know what I'm saying? Mm. Compared to people that descend from, Western Central Africa.
So here's the thing. So even with everything you just said, I don't think anybody has a problem with that because it is what it is. Like, I think that, what you said, I probably said, I agree with it, but here's the confusion part for people is that genetics, biogenetics, and I'm talking about, actual genetics and DNA, mm-hmm. There's no direct correlation to language. And until people understand that, then they'll know how to use those two different conversations. So the people who speak the languages that have been grouped together and under the umbrella term of Afro-Asiatic, if you look at them biologically and have a biological conversation, you will see some similarities, some shared autosomal percentages, and even haplogroups, and like you said, get into the immune system and deal with that. You'll see that mainly because of proximity to each other, but there's no direct. So, for example, if the average African American takes their DNA test, they're gonna share approximately 70% of their autosomal DNA with some West African community. And then their haplogroup is going to go, somewhere, anywhere in Africa, either on East, with the L's, or, somewhere else. But the language we speak, like me, we speak English. English is not related to the community's language where I would say I would on a biological level, cluster with or match with. English is not related to the language that they speak. But yet here I am, of the same genetic. I share a lot of the genetics with them, but I'm speaking a completely different language. So language and DNA or biogenetics don't have a direct correlation. They can inform each other of each other's conversation, but we can't make the mistake and think there's a direct link or connection there. So we just got to be careful to know when to have that linguistic conversation, when to have a genetic conversation, and when each one can help each other out and not blend and mix the two in error. And so when it comes to language, you got to understand linguistics in terms of the nomenclature used in that field. They borrowed a lot of technical terms from biology. Like when we say morphology is a term that linguists use and grammarians use, but it's also a term that biologists use, and even the word genetic, genetic relatedness.
Yeah. I'm aware of that.
Right. But believe it or not, that confuses people. They're like, wait a minute, languages.
Yeah.
And then it goes, and people think you're talking biogenetics. So here's what I'm saying. So there are languages that are actually genetically related.
That's right.
And so there are scientific methods used to flesh that out, to see what is related to what and how close it is, proximity, because you have sibling language and you may have cousins, just like we use in biology. So that's at the heart of the conversation. Not so much the Afroasiatic or the biology.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we have to understand the difference between those.
Oh yeah. I'm with you 1,000%, brother, and I also teach that as well. Yes, genetics doesn't have a language, or in the sense of biogenetics and linguistic genetics. And yes, they did use those nomenclatures to identify the connection linguistically, but it's not a biological genetic connection. So I agree with you on that. Genetics doesn't have. We can't say that all haplogroup E3A. Is going to speak a specific language, but I want to go back to the part of when you said, it's a good build, and I'm really glad you're here because you understand. Yes, you are sub-Saharan African man, and you speak an Indo-European language, which is English or whatever, a branch of Indo-European, which is English. And I will say this though, within genetics biologically, you will find people with specific biological markers or genetic markers. And when it comes to science, that speaks a language, that have a common language. It's common in that group. For example, right? You brought up being sub-Saharan African and you speak English. Within the United States of America, the predominant marker here today is driven by people that dominated or colonized this area. Indo-European speakers who speak English. They dragged us over here. So we lost our culture and identity. So we're technically, culturally, Afro-Saxons or Afro-Anglos. You get what I'm saying? Because we lost a lot of the components and cultural variants that we had when we came here. Now, when you look at the specific marker, again, I do agree with you. Markers or genetic SNPs or haplogroups or whatever, I'm not basing it off that. They don't have a language, but it's common for people to have a specific language that has a common marker. Like the people that we know as the Indo-European speakers or the Yemenis who came from the Russian steppes, who dominated Europe from the Neolithic Europeans, and before the Neolithic Europeans, the Mesolithic Europeans. These people were predominantly R1B, and they brought the Indo-European language into Europe,
right? And the common marker that they got is R1B or R1A. That shit even leaked all the way down into India to the so-called Hindi language, or the Hindu is Hindi. Hindi is a branch of Indo-European. Persian is a branch of Indo-European. But then when you go into their genetics, you can see that common thread. They're biologically. When you go into the genetics, biologically, you can see the common thread. You see the R1B and the R1A. You see it. So for America, the common marker here, the predominant marker here, which makes up the larger population of America, is Indo-European speakers, which is R1B and R1A, or R1B predominantly, R1B M269. Some African Americans at 20% due to what happened in slave trade. Some of them have R1B M269. So what I'm saying is that I do agree with you that markers or so-called haplogroups, no, they don't have a language, but you can see specific language families common in people that have specific markers overall. And I mean, I'm sure you are aware of the Yemenis who came from the Russian steppes, who brought Indo-European language into Europe. And then they even took the shit all the way to India. And they took it, you know what I'm saying? They took it all through,
So what you're saying, like, what you're saying is what I said a little while ago. I'm saying that the two conversations, the biological conversation and the linguistic conversation, those separate conversations can inform each conversation. They can help each conversation, but people are not they don't deal with it close enough or in detail enough to really know where those lines are drawn and how it can actually inform each of those conversations. So, anybody that speaks about it, I know me, when I speak about it, I try to be careful enough so that people can understand, the error that they would make if they did it, and then how they could benefit from dealing with on the genetic level and then the linguistic level about these situations. So what you just said,
I was going to say really quickly, would it be easier just for the layperson to understand and to clarify? Would it be easier to say borrowing instead of genetic relationship when it comes to linguistics?
No, borrowing is a different phenomenon. Borrowing happens all the time. Like languages all across the globe borrow words. Like, matter of fact, a lot of English words are French. Borrow. Yes. And everything.
Contact languages.
But hold on, I want to add on to what the brother Wudjau saying.
Sure.
A lot of English words is French, and you find some Spanish components there. But again, French, Spanish, English, that's all part of the Indo-European language family. You get what I'm saying? So it makes sense, you know what I'm saying? It's these people been near each other. They all, they all part of the same larger Indo-European language family, and genetically, biologically, they have a lot of the same components. You get what I'm saying?
Also, there's a African American dialect of the American English within the Indo-European language family that showcases that there was some influence of Indo-European speakers on African inhabitants, or African people that were slaves, or people who came from Africa over to America. So you can see that as well, not just with linguistics, but you could also see that with genetics as well.
And that even goes back to that area. I'm going to say this, Brother Wudjau, before you go in. That even goes back to that so-called area that they tested with the mummies, and the Europeans try to use this to say that the Egyptians was from the Near East. But people are coming in as citizens, and they're growing up on the land, and they're adopting an already established African culture and an already established African language. So even though these people descend from the Near East, they still were culturally African. They still were culturally African. The same way with us, descending from sub-Saharan Africa, culturally, it's highly, Anglo-Saxon-like, highly Western European, with an African flavor, with some African attributes. But overall, it's not completely, but we live in a hybrid cultural society. So overall, though, it's highly Anglo-Saxon or English-like or UK-like, but we have our own African blend or twist to it. The same way you had over there with those people that was coming from the Levant or coming from the Near East, going into Egypt and becoming Egyptian citizens, and they grew up there for 300 years. And we already know the pharaohs was taking in women from all over, and then these people having babies by them, and they're still in Kemet. So culturally, these people were still African, regardless to where their genetics come from. Culturally, they had a Nile Valley, African culture.
So, I was just gonna say, that as long as everybody understands, even if people don't dive into it and study it, because people may not have a reason to. As long as people understand that language and what people speak, what a community speaks, and the genetics that makes them up are two different things, but they can inform each other of each other. They can help in terms of tracing things out and give clues and context clues to different things. But as long as people understand that, because, just don't want to, confuse the two, because a language, like, and let me just say this about language. When we say a language, and we can name any language, but let's say we name any one of them. So I'm just gonna say language X. When we say language X, we're talking about a set of signs that a speech community understands or share in their mind. Language is a psychological thing. It's not a the ability to speak is a genetic thing, as far as the tongue and how we able to motorize and move our mouths and things like that. But a language is people speak is a psychological thing. And so when we say a group of people speak a language, what we're really saying is that group of people over there, they all share this intangible, imaginary, or illusionary set of signs in their mind. That's how come they can understand one another. And a sign is composed of a few things, but I ain't gonna get into all that. But that's what we're saying. So you can be genetically made of whatever, and then you are taught these signs, and then you'll be a part of that speech community, irregardless of your genetics. And so because that can happen, it happens all the time, then we know and can demonstrate that there's no connection between the two. But because of how people live and behave and move around on the planet in historical times and everything like that, we can use populations of people as clues to inform us about retracing their history. Because of the way people migrated and came in contact with one another, we could see how languages can overlap, and you have these large populations of people speaking a particular language or this language or whatever the case is. So as long as people understand that, then that's it. And that's what we've been saying. When I say we,
brother Wudjau, that's what we also been saying. But the thing is, we don't. This is why it's important to communicate and build. This is what Team OSIRIS been saying. The only disagreement that we had or have, and it's okay for you to think what you think, and it's fine. But the only disagreement that we had or have is the argument about Afro-Asiatic. Now, you are aware, and I'm aware, we can call these terms or these titles really means nothing because it really don't exist. The people had no identity in ancient times of Nilo-Saharan, Afro-Asiatic. These are terms that Europeans created to describe specific branches of language families off the connections that they link together within their own paradigm. And I also understand what a lot of the blacks or Africans is doing, connecting the language families. I mean, we are aware that there is no such thing. Ultimately, no one said Afro-Asiatic or Niger Congo or even Bantu. Bantu means people or man. You know what I'm saying? But the connections of how Europeans did it, I understand that you guys or certain people are opposed to what they did because they feel like the connections wasn't complete or they didn't demonstrate the connections properly. But the only argument that we have with the Amun-Ra Squad when it comes to the linguistics is basically the Afro-Asiatic thing and you guys argument. But overall, when you listen to it, Brother Wudjau, we're saying the same thing in our own way. I'm just being honest.
Peace, brother. Ngozi, peace.
Peace, Asiatic.
Peace, brother.
Peace, brother. Peace, love.
Yeah. I just got a question. How could, when we look at the consonant roots of the Afro-Asiatic language, and we look at Metu, we look at Akkadian, we look at Arabic, Hebrew, Aramaic. Can we deny, when we look at the consonant roots, can we deny that they are not akin to one another at the consonant roots?
I'm gonna tell you why that's a problem.
Yeah,
this is why we say what we say. And let me just back up just a hot click. The name of these language phyla doesn't even matter. Like we could take a pencil, and erase the names
and
of
call
these
it whatever.
groupings.
And call it whatever.
What it is, it's not about the names. It's about what languages are grouped together.
Exactly.
And so the claim that's been made is that you have these let's say these 5 languages are claimed to be a family. And what we're saying is that you did not prove they're a family. So stop calling them a family. I don't care what name you call them. Don't call them a family. Just don't call them genetically related. That's like somebody saying me and Asiatic black man are brothers, but we never provided any genetic information for them to make that determination, but they insist on keep calling us that. We say stop it. So that's the issue. But now Asiatic black man, what the reason why you can't just use the consonants or the consonantal roots and things like that is because now you're doing what Greenberg and the likes have done, looking at the surface things, and you're not ruling out borrowing, chance, coincidences or anything like that. There's an actual method and procedure. It's within the historical comparative method that genetic relationships are determined. And so just because I can show you words from 2 completely known unrelated languages that even you would never think that are related, I can show you many words where the consonants match up.
Right.
Not related. You're correct. Consonants is not enough. At the very least, you want to show some form of contact or borrowing. At least with that, at least you could begin your hypothesis, but you don't want to just run off of.
Well, you even see that with Swahili. Okay. Go ahead.
No, let me say this.
Great example. Swahili.
At the core of it, it's much more than this, but just so people can have something to bite on. At the core of it, you have to establish 2 legs: sound or the form and the meaning of words. Yep. And you have to have a very consistent and regular sound meaning or form and meaning correspondence between 2 or more languages. That's at the very core. If you can't even establish, it takes more than that, but if you can't even establish that, then you really have no water to swim in. And so we have that's something that's known among comparators of what they do. So you don't want to stop there either, and I think that's something that needs to be clarified. Is you don't want to just run off of just those 2 correspondences. Right, you can't. That's why I said there's much more, but at the very basic, that's what you do. And actual comparators, they compare sound meaning correspondences. You compare the grammar. You have to compare different morphemes within the words. So different affixes or prefixes and suffixes and even infixes, you compare these in a regular way to show similarity. So there's many different levels of comparison, and it's the same for everything. So I was just saying that Asiatic. So no, you can't just use consonants.
I understand, but if we use the consonant roots and we see conceptually we see the same concepts reinforcing the consonant roots, then why should we still put a partition there? That's my question. If we see consistency, not just a singular consistency, but multiple instances of this same consistency where you see the consonant root, and you see conceptually that the Egyptian is agreeing with the Levantine or the Hebrew, the Aramaic, the Arabic, and we can run over a few examples to point this out because it's obvious.
Let me just because I think I understand you better what you're saying. So here's the thing, you have what's called borrowing, and so when you say create a line through it, it depends on what you're claiming. So Egyptian is not directly related to Hebrew or the Semitic, but you will see Semitic words within Rodney Kemet or the Egyptian language. So in that regard, you're not going to put a line between
many words.
Yeah, but there are many French words in English, but nobody in their right mind would say English is French. Okay, so
Right, but you
English,
could say that they derive from a similar source, though.
No, but
we can reason.
Brother Wudjau,
it's called borrowing.
But yeah, they did borrow, but Brother Wudjau, you do agree that English and French is still part of the same Indo-European language family, correct?
But wait. French is of the Romance branch, and English is Germanic.
Germanic, right?
So we had so overall the bigger umbrella, yes, is Indo-European. But then when you start marching down this tree, they have these big separations. And my whole point is that like French, Spanish, and Italian, those are closer together than anybody would claim English is. But English has a ton of French words within our lexicon, our vocabulary. So just because a language borrows a whole list, a laundry list of words, does not make them genetically related. And so that's what I'm saying. The conversation about relatedness is a different conversation than to say, okay, yeah, we can find some words in there, and we can find examples of Semitic words in Egyptian and vice versa. Like the word shalom, the word assalamu alaikum, salam, the word shalom, that's in Egyptian.
Yes.
Did you know that?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's in Hebrew, Arabic.
But hold on, but Brother Wudjau, I want to say this. I want to add on to what you said. But there is a biological genetic connection between French and English, Romans and British. And again, when you go into the genetics biologically, they're very connected and close. The same way when you go into the connection between the so-called Egyptians and the so-called Hebrew, whatever, it's a close connection. So like when you deal with the French or the Romanic branch, or all Romantic Latin speakers and the Germanic speakers, they're genetically connected biologically. They are.
This is true. This is true.
They are. And then when you get into the so-called Egyptians, even modern Egyptians, or the Berbers that we label as Berbers today, or Amazigh, or Oromo Somalis, or Cushitics, the genetic connection, it's there biologically. It is there. You can see it. You know.
Yeah, but as long as we keep the conversation separate, and I go back to the example, I'm my on the biological conversation, I would trace back to West Africa, but the people I would cluster with autosomally and to my paternal maternal haplogroups, they don't speak Indo-European languages or English or whatever case is, but I do. So the fact that happens all day, every day, is they're separate. So we're saying the same thing. I'm saying that yes, we can have a biological conversation and say, okay, the people who spoke English and French, they can cluster together because they moved together, they intermarried, they mix and stuff like that. But if we're talking about language, we need to make sure we are identifying language. So the brother was asking about the consonants, and I'm saying we refer to that as borrowing. So Asiatic, like for example, I think Asiatic, you mentioned Swahili. No, you mentioned
Ngozi.
Swahili. Swahili is a good example. It has a lot of borrowing from Arab.
Yes.
From Arabic. But everybody in nobody in their right mind would call Swahili Semitic language.
No.
Swahili is Afro-Asiatic, though. Swahili is Afro-Asiatic. Swahili is not Afro-Asiatic.
Swahili is Bantu. It's part of the Niger-Congo language family. So they say, hold on, Brother Wudjau, I know you don't agree with this, the phylums that they use, but let me just say this. Based off the phylum that's used in so-called academia standards, Swahili is Bantu, but it has Afro-Asiatic or Semitic features in it. The same way you have with Yiddish Hebrew. Yiddish Hebrew is Indo-European, but it has features from the so-called ancient or older European, older Hebrews. So no, Swahili is Bantu. It's part of the Niger-Congo language family, but it has so-called Semitic or Afro-Asiatic features because they borrow.
Yeah, that's all I was trying to get to.
Who would you say borrow from who, though?
But wait, Asiatic black man, I just want you to understand the difference between language being related, and then you have minor borrowing, major borrowing, and stuff like that. Those are two different things, and I just want you to make sure you understand that.
Well, I agree more.
They were dominated for. You study the history of the Swahili speakers. They traded with Arabs, and they were also dominated by Arabs.
You get what I'm saying?
On the Swahili coast?
Yeah. When you study Zanzibar, the Arab slave trade, before that they were trading with Arabs, but later on Arabs conquered them as well. So there has been a lot of connection or interaction with Arabs in this so-called branch of Southwest Central Africa.
And the reverse can happen. Let me just say this one time. The reverse can happen as well. Like if you take Kenya is a good place to see both things happen in reverse and the inverse of each other. So in Kenya you have the Kikuyu, and then you have the Luo,
the Maasai, and the Luo.
Let's just say the Luo people. Mm-hmm. But then you have people that are speaking Bantu languages in Kenya, and so but genetically, they're very closely related biologically, but yet they will speak according to the language classifications that people use today under Greenberg. They would speak two totally different branches of languages. One is Nilo-Saharan, another one would be Niger-Congo. Yeah. And so to understand that. I mean, in order for people to understand it, this is what I'm saying. We have to separate those conversations because borrowing does not mean relatedness, and
right.
it actually messes.
But I gotta say with the.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, AJ, back man.
Excuse me. Yeah, I just gotta say with the utmost respect that the connection between the Swahili coast and the South Arabian Peninsula and the Horn of Africa goes back to further in antiquity. We're talking about you know what we're talking about in Ngozi. Yeah. You know, I listen to you. I know your work. But we talking about the boats of Magan. Our people had been making contact with the Swahili coast long before, so the contact and the intermingling and exchange of culture or even DNA goes back much further than just some Muhammad of Arabia. I'm Muslim, so I have some bias towards Muhammad, but I'm talking about historically, you got to cut in a little deeper than that to look for this connection.
Yeah.
My opinion.
Yeah, I mean, the connection, yes. Connections can be based off people being there for a long period of time and some people being conquered and some people being a ruling class. Brother Wudjau brought up the people in Kenya, the Kikuyos and the Luaus or whatever. And we know about the reason why we have our Niger-Congo speaking population there, our Bantu speaking people there, and the so-called, if we use the narrative of what linguistics say, I'm going to use that compared to what Brother Wudjau was saying. Bantus had an expansion. So they went into that area where there were already Nilo-Saharan speakers, if we want to follow that narrative, and they have mixed with these people. So you will find people that's so-called Kikuyos or so-called Bantu speakers that has a lot of genetic features of similarity, affinities, which means similarity with the Luaus or the Maasai groups. And you can find them also with a lot of Bantu, so-called, not the speakers.
You talk about the Rift Valley, in the Rift Valley?
Yeah, the people in Kenya or whatever, you have different groups of people there. You got a large population of, lately you got a large population of Somalis moving there. But what I'm saying is that before that, you can find when the Bantus had their so-called expansion, again, Bantu, the language family doesn't have a genetic, but they have common markers that's common that you'll find amongst so-called Bantu speakers, which means man or people or whatever. But when they went into Kenya, there were already melodic speakers there, or Nilo-Saharan speakers there. So I want to go back to what Wudjau was saying. It makes sense that because they live side by side with these people, a lot of their genes, they have very similar genes. They mix with them. So you'll find Kikuyos with genes or genetics or genetic affinities similar to Luaus, and you'll find Luaus with genetic features similar or affinities with the Kikuyos. The same thing what you find with the Maasai. When you go into the Maasai and study the Maasai genetics, linguistically they speak Nilo-Saharan, but when you get into their genetics, you find certain components that might be common in Cushitic speakers, and Cushitic is a branch of Afroasiatic. A large portion of these dudes got the E3B marker, and the subclade of it, a terminal SNP of it is EM78, and the EM78 branch of it is EB32, which developed on the Red Sea of the Horn, which split from the EB12 branch, because you got the EB32 branch of Cushitic, and you got the EB12 that's still common in Egypt, which all comes from the EM78, which split from EM65. So what I'm saying is that these people interacted. whether it was through war, whether it was through time, sitting next to each other and trading, you're gonna find people with certain genes. So yeah, Wudjau's right. You can't base things off genetics. That's a separate thing. But not to just add on to that, it's separate, but it's kind of paradoxical to me because even though it's separate, there's still a history and a storyline for why this is happening. Like for example, he brought up America.
Exactly.
America, like we're sub-Saharan African, but we live in a culture that's predominantly driven by people that established that were Indo-European speakers, and most of America will have certain markers or certain genetic components or affinities. They will have these common markers that's more similar to one another predominantly, and that's R1b and R1a. Most of these so-called R1b carriers and R1a carriers linguistically speaks some type of Indo-European language family. You get what I'm saying? And that's the predominant, and these same people with the same marker is the predominant culture that established America, whether it was through Spain, whether it was through Portugal, or whether it was through the English or the French. They have a genetic affinity that's very close biologically, and linguistically, you can see what's going on. And also with African Americans, you can tell, like, let's say somebody dug us up 1,000 years from now, and they found the whole community. African Americans make up, what, 30% of America population? We make up 30 to 40% or whatever, and they dug us up 30%, I'll say, within the so-called United States of America. 13%, I'm sorry. It's 30 million of us, 40 to 30 million of us, but we make up, I think, 13% or whatever of the United States as a minority. And when they look us up and they start to sequence our DNA, they're going to say the predominant culture of these people, the predominant genetics of these people in America was predominantly R1b or R1a. Their morphologies or their skull type is more similar, but then when they get amongst this 13% of the population, the so-called sub-Saharan African, they're going to say, well, this group look like they come from probably sub-Saharan Africa, but they still have certain features because of our intermixing, because we're not 100% sub-Saharan African. They have genetic affinities also in between autosomally that's similar to the dominant culture. Most African Americans is 10 to 25% European. And this 10 to 25% European genetically is more common with the dominant group that controls the United States of America. So it wouldn't take a rocket science to know that the so-called Europeans were the dominant culture, and these so-called Africans that they found, which make up 13%, was some type of people that was brought there, because we're not the dominant culture. We're not the dominant population. And even within our genetics, we're still have a semi mixture of the ruling class of the so-called United States of America, which shows that if 1,000 years from now, they're going to say, well, these people are not the dominant. So how did they get there? And somewhere down the line, they'll be able to say they wasn't dominant. And you also see the features genetically within a dominant culture. I mean, within its population, that's the minority, but you find the dominant culture genetic affinities also in these people admixturally. So evidently these were some type of slaves or some type of people that immigrated into a culture that was already established. You know, you get what I'm trying to say?
Yes, sir.
Hey, but also though, wouldn't the time frame you dig these people up,
correct,
which would change the perspective?
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
You would be able to deduce that these people that you dug up at this certain time spoke one of these languages that was popular in that area at the time, which
Correct.
would be an Indo-European language. They would not say that these guys were speaking some Senegambian, some type of other language, from the continent. They would say, no, these people was found over here. They were a slightly different population. While they have African genetics, they also have some of these other genetics,
That's the majority
and such that make us the Creole that we are. And yes, it'd be highly probable to surmise that they spoke an Indo-European language. That's how you use multiple disciplinary study, multidisciplinary study.
Yeah, I don't think geography can be totally removed from the equation, because like the 2009 study, phylogenetic study that they did on Ethio-Semitic or Afro-Asiatic, they placed it in either the Horn of Africa or somewhere in the Levant they placed the origin somewhere in the Horn of Africa, but they said they couldn't pin down the origin of Arabic. That's according to Royal Society B. That was a 2009 study. Maybe somebody got something, more up to date than that.
Well. According to my research, if again, I know Brother Wudjau, he got his own narrative. When we're not we're not debunking that. That's fine. So Brother Wudjau, I'm following the consensus of what's talked about. Okay. So according to my research, what I studied, Arabic comes from the Nabataean script of Semitic, and Arabic would be more of a later stratum of so-called what they label as Semitic. The oldest stratum will be Akkadian. So Arabic itself is something that, just like Hebrew, the latest strand of Hebrew. These are the latest strands of Aramaic, which is Aramaic. These are the later strands of so-called the Semitic so-called language family. You hear language, Proto-Semitic itself, you can say come out of Africa. It does, that branch, before it even leaks out into the so-called Middle East. When you go back and study a people called the Natufians, or after the Natufians, the Harifian culture. These people leaked out. The Harifians leaked out of Northeast Africa. You can see the connection genetically with them between the Iberian Marusians and the so-called Natufians. You can see it. And when they leak out of so-called Northeast Africa, they come in contact with populations that were already outside of Africa, and they intertwine or mix and form this Natufian culture in the Levant. And then later on, you find the Harifian culture, which gave rise to the pre-Pottery Neolithic Neolithic A culture and Neolithic B culture. And then in some cases, you can find some of these so-called later stratums of Harifians leaking back into Africa. We can't denounce the back migration that occurred. Before there was some type of war, before there was some type of dominant over Arabs or whatever, there have been back migrations in exchange and trade and borrowing.
African migrations too, right?
Yeah, hell yeah. I mean, of course, you also find Africans. Now, I like to talk about that because Europeans they are very biased in their approach of talking about Africa. Hell yeah, you find Africans that migrated out that was responsible for a lot of things that happened in the so-called Middle East and Near East. I mean,
backwards and forwards, yes, sir.
Backwards and forwards, yeah. So most of the Natufians were paternally African. And when you look at the morphology and their skull type, according to Sir Williams and certain people that discovered them, they were so-called Negroid based off pronathism or the protruding jawline that they have and certain features. You can see that. You can see the interaction. You can see what happened to these people. You find E3B in the form of EV13, that later subclade of EM78, going all the way to Anatolia. Were they the predominant group? No. But you can definitely find an African feature there. You can see it.
Brother Ngozi, was not to cut you off, but what's so interesting too, as you talk about these peoples, is you hear me, brother?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What's interesting is the flow of the architecture.
Oh yeah.
You feel me, bro?
Oh yeah.
The flow of the architecture that supports the presence of these people is astounding. And in the Levantine area, most of our people, we have a blind spot to that, to the architecture that is, you got 1,250 ton stones cut and leveled to precision up there in Baalbek and Lebanon and all of these areas. So that, and just from my opinion, that suggests a level of skill that we see throughout the Giza Plateau, moving up into Petra, Arabia, and on up into the.
But hold on. Is that transmission? You know what I'm saying? Is that hyperdiffusionist to think that way?
No, because I want to talk about what he just brought up with the structures or whatever.
Hey, I just want to say something. I got to bounce.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother Wudjau. Go ahead, King.
So yeah, I mean, I just want to let everybody know I'm about to bounce. But I've had this picture on my screen for a minute because we were talking about something a while back, and I just want to just flip through a couple of these pictures on the issue of Egyptians being black. And I do this all the time. I've done a whole presentation on this, but I just want to flip through them before I go. And here's the point, and this is just some basic logic that people can follow. If the Egyptians used the term Kemet to represent their skin color to the onlooker, because you name your country something that expressed that you want other people to get when you express it, just like countries invent flags and stuff, or whatever the case is. If Kemet meant or was used to represent the skin color of the people, then the question would be, why would the Egyptians set a standard that lasted over 3,000 years of representing themselves visually as non-black, as a reddish brown color? And so I always flip through, these pictures showing in different dynasties. I could walk from the oldest available painted image all the way up to, the fall of Kemet, and show that the national standard to represent themselves was a reddish brown color. So I'm not going to flip through them all tonight, but I'm just showing you, just flipping through them fast. All you're going to see is reddish brown. 99.9% of all visual images of males in ancient Kemet were of this pigmentation, reddish brown. And so the logic or the point being made is that if they were so hard pressed on naming their country or kingdom after their skin color being black, then why would they go against that and visually represent themselves as not black? And on top of that, they always represented their southern neighbors with the black pigments of paint. Very, very, very dark red, brown, or actual black, as you see on the screen right now. So with that logic, Sudan today, or back in ancient times, what they call Ta-Nehisi, that should be the real Kemet if Kemet actually meant black skin. And Kemet itself should have been Desher or Desheret, which would be red or a reddish pigment, but it's not. And so I just wanted to share that and show that just, you don't even have to study Egypt or anything. Just if you're good with logic, and you could just see that it's inconsistent to even run that. So it just backs up what we were saying earlier, that the Egyptians did not see themselves as black people. They didn't name the country after their skin color. None of that stuff applies. And we have to stop projecting our modern notions back on historical people or ancient people. But yeah, I got to roll out. But I would love to stay because I wanted to address some of the things that Asiatic was saying. But yeah, I just don't have the time. So maybe next time. But Asiatic, I do have a question for you. Not now, but next time, I would like to know what your overall stance. Because I've seen you a couple of times in the chats, and I've heard you speak, and I can't put my finger on what it is that you are like saying, like the points that you're making, and
Arabia is an African land.
Well,
that's what he's saying.
Amongst other things.
All right, we'll build a future. I got it.
Let him say it though.
I'm gonna check you out next time, but I'm gonna say peace, everybody. All right, peace.
Peace, brother. Peace, brother. Peace.
I love brother Asiatic, but that's what he is with it.
Yeah.
You know that ain't all though.
I know. You my guy, man.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but in truth, the Levant in Arabia was inhabited or controlled by Black Africans. Or people that we call African. It was before a lot of the other groups got there. If you go into the Natufis,
you got to go with time frame though. But you got to use time.
You got to use time. You even got to go to the Nubian complexes. The Nubian complexes that leaked out of Africa 100,000 years ago when they found the Nubian tools over there, or Sudanese tools that you still find common over there with Nilotic speaking groups. But I wanted to say this, back to the story when you talked about the stone structures in the Levant, it definitely has an African origin. Even that Göbekli Tepe, and ancient Anatolia, Turkey, the predecessor or the oldest phase where you find a developmental process that is occurring first is in Sudan, and it's called Yebed 23, where you find the Nubian structures, which predates all that shit. And you can see where they were leaking out at in the developmental phase before they leave out of so-called Sudan or Nubia. It's called Yebed 23, or a type of Nubian structure. African houses.
Yeah, that's UBAID.
Yeah, 23. Yebed 23. And you can see where they were already developing this stuff at before it leaks out into the so-called Levant or so-called modern day Israel, going all the way down to the pre-pottery Neolithic A, B, and C group. You can see it, but the start and the base of it starts in Sudan. And also I want to talk about this. I'm gonna show y'all this right quick. I don't know if y'all can see me, but I'm going to flip the camera around.
Yeah, we can see that goes to the argument too, like, because we've been having a discussion the other night about how swiftly are these people traversing the landscape, being that there's no roads, there's no, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hey, you see this right here?
Yes, sir.
Y'all see this book?
Ooh, that's one of my favorites. Yep.
Okay, hold on one second. Let me go ahead and do something right quick. I'm gonna add on to what y'all saying. Okay, I'm gonna go back, right? So when you get into this book right here, you know, Brother Wudjau said the comparative method, and I got this for a reason. He said the comparative method, hold on one second. Damn. Phone tweaking. 1 second. Okay. All right, there we go. Could you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Yeah, just go to the page you want, and then.
Okay. So when you go into this is a book by the University of California Publications, right? And you go into the reconstruction of Proto-Afro-Asiatic vowels, tones, consonants, and vocabulary. And you get into some of these words. The comparative method is there. It's just not just dealing with consonants or whatever. You can just look at the words, like one word which means to hit. In Semitic, you'll find the word exfit. In Egyptian, you'll find the word isfak. And then in Cushitic, you find the word pikaf. And in Omatic, you find the word ikaka. You can see this. You can see it. So there is a connection with Egyptian, and it has been demonstrated with all these so-called Afro-Asiatic languages. So you know, my thing is, I can't agree with him with saying the phylums don't exist. We could use the phylums because you can. These people that deal with linguistics, they don't just come up with nothing off the top of their head. It's already been demonstrated. This book got damn near 1,000 pages. And then I can go get my James P. Allen book where he compares Bija and Chadic with modern ancient Egyptian. And
also Robert Vigans has a good one. Also, there's a paper with Soikieta and Christopher Arid they wrote together explaining that as well. So it's plenty of evidence, whether it's been looked at. I mean, that's neither here nor there. I mean, there's others like Gene Gregg, Orwell and Staboba. I mean, we can keep going. Like, I'd rather people, instead of just naming it out, I'd rather people just look it up for themselves.
Look it up for themselves.
Yeah.
Right. And as far as transportation, brother, the method of building and the method of even agriculture starts in Africa. They took the method into the Levant, into the Middle East, into the Near East. The method was it already started independently in Upper Egypt or in Sudan. And even before that, these niggas was in the Sahara, the Green Sahara, before they went into the parts of so-called Northern Sudan, before Nopeta Playa. When you study Ubed 23, when you study the Khmer civilization, then you get into the Nakata or the Nakata group that developed in Upper Egypt. You can follow the trail of what was going on. So,
but don't agriculture pop up independently in what they're labeling now the Middle East? So probably will be over that.
No, agriculture developed in different places at different times, and it's only natural. It's only natural for Homo sapiens or people to do this when it comes to surviving. What do you do when you run out of food? Evidently, motherfuckers gonna think the same. We got to preserve our grains, or we got to preserve our seeds, because seasonally, this season gonna come, it's gonna fuck our resources up. So we got to find a way to keep it preserved. So people start preserving their yams or preserving their grains or preserving certain things. Even dealing with the pastoralist movement, when people were keeping their stock or certain cattle in a specific order, going backwards and forward with their cattle. But what I'm saying is that, but overall, the mastered branch of agriculture that's commercialized according to European academia, it starts in the Levant. But it actually doesn't start in the Levant. Paternally, these same people in the Levant comes out of East Africa. They come out of East Africa. The method of preserving barley and wheat or grains started in Ethiopia 20,000 years ago, before you even have a fucking Natufian. And then you go into Libya 12,000 and 10,000 years ago, you see these people preserving or doing with agriculture, preserving grains and barley. Then they take the method into the Levant. What was going on in the Levant? There was a lot of changes going on in the Levant. There was a lot of wet phases. There was a lot of dry phases. What did they do? We're going to take the method that we already learned how to survive in and take it over here. Just like if you from the streets and you got a way of hustling in whatever angle you hustle. If it's a good method, you're going to take it to wherever you're going to, and you're going to find a way to survive. It's a survival skill. You're going to find a way to hustle. You're going to find a way to make it happen because you already learned the skill from the streets. And all niggas that's been in the streets, we all know how to maneuver. You know what I'm saying? Anywhere we go, regardless of where we from. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm from Chicago. You brothers from Florida or Carolina, but all street niggas function the same, bro. We know how to maneuver. You know what I'm saying? We don't have to be in the same place to learn how to maneuver and function a certain way. That's just what it is.
I agree, man. And just like they took over them techniques, they also took over language, and that's how Afro-Asiatic has its origin in Africa that spreads out over into Eurasia.
Right. They took over areas. They intermixed with people. They dealt with, even when you deal with certain languages that we use, like niggas in Memphis say, what up, man? That main term. Or niggas in Chicago say, what up, Joe? You know what I'm saying? And believe it or not, people would say, what up, Joe, in Washington, D.C. first. I don't know how the fuck that shit got to Chicago, but I still say, what I am, Joe, what's good with you? You know what I'm saying? So people,
we do that. So to Jamaica, they say, yeah, man, we say it in Geechee, but it's a different tone.
Yeah, definitely with our Gullah Geechee brothers. Yeah, so it's the same thing. Like, you know, it's the same thing. You'll find a lot of patois in Jamaican that sounds very similar to how the Gullah Geechee speak. You know, but the Gullah Geechee got a stronger African component, where they have an African language stratum more deeper than the broken English patois that the Jamaicans speak.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
It's so that's all I'm saying.
Like,
so
I'd be more confused by a Bahamian. A Bahamian will confuse me more than a Jamaican would. Like a Bahamian, damn.
Bahamian is closer to the Gullah Geechee.
That's like when I come across Bahamians, I'm always confused for a Geechee person when I see him. The language. Yeah.
So I mean that's my whole argument, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not anti-Afro-Asiatic. Brother Wudjau is, that's his opinion. My whole thing is the argument has always been Afro-Asiatic and understanding these cultures in the so-called Middle East. And that's what the debate is going to be about with me and Brother Zion. And I don't want to talk too much on here because people try to research so they can have bullets to throw. But what the fuck? I'm just going to say this. What the fuck really is a Sumerian? That shit, like Brother Asar say that the Sumerians, and other people say that the Sumerians, and Brother Zion say this shit too. They go so far to say that the Sumerians spoke a Bantu language. That doesn't make sense. When you look at the Sumerian art, when you look at how these people look, they didn't look shit like us, bro.
Man, I can't wait. When you show the pictures of who those people are, man.
I've seen some of it pretty good, but I just want to see the. Like I said, I want to see the linguistic breakdown of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, one, I want to, like, it's interesting to me. And, like, man, I really want that shit to come to a head, man. You know what I'm saying? Like,
you gonna see.
You know, like, I want that shit to be over and done with, and then brother just, like, you know what I'm saying?
You're not familiar? Are you familiar with Kusha Dweepa, Brother Ngozi?
I know he was going there.
I'm just asking.
I know he was going there.
Kusha Dweepa.
Go ahead, Asiatic.
No, Kusha Dweepa.
Some shit from India. What's the fuck?
No, it is actually the suffix is Indian, but it's talking about Kush.
Yeah, but we gotta be, again, King, we gotta be careful with the term Kush. Because here's the thing, the people never call themselves Kushite. So when we deal with the Indus Kush Valley, like this is what Brother ZionLexx said, it didn't make sense. He said Kush exists in two places. So he believes
that, like that's exactly what I'm saying.
Right. So he believes that the term Kish that the Sumerians used was also similar to the term Kush or Indus Kush Valley in India and Kushite civilization in ancient Nubia, right?
Right.
But here's the thing, these people never called themselves Kushites. The Egyptians described them as Kushite, Kashi, which meant lowlands, anybody from the south, lowlands. So when you look at the term Indus Kush, where is India? India is a subcontinent in Asia. It's south. So when you find terms like Kush, it means south, the lower lands, going down. Kashi, Kush, Kesh, Kush, to go down. Has nothing to do with what people call themselves.
Right. Okay. I got a piece here on it, a book from the Library of Congress where they actually talking about this Kush, but they referring to Kush, like you said, the brother was saying, it has two parts, one inner, one outer, that the outer Kush was the Kush in the horn, and that the inner Kush was the Kush that was in Arabia, the center of power of that Kush. This is a book right here though that happens to be out of an act of the Library of Congress. This is what the Congress people read.
And it's partially true and it's not, depending on how you use it, because again, Arabia is Southwest Asia. It's not Northwest Asia. It's Southwest Asia. So you can say a Cushitic population, but that doesn't mean they spoke the same language family. Doesn't mean that they had the same culture. This is a descriptive term, like the term Moor. Moor just don't belong to Amazigh Berbers.
No.
You had Senegalese people in that army. You had Mindi people in that army. You had Yemen people that was Yemenis, people that were Arabs that made up the term Moor collectively. So the term Kush, and these people all spoke different languages. The Wolofs speak so-called Niger-Congo. The Arabs speak so-called Semitic. The Berbers speak Amazigh. But guess what? To that goddamn Spaniard, he called them motherfuckers Moor, Moreno, Moros. But they had different languages. So when you see this term Kush, Kush, that could be anybody from the South. You get what I'm saying? That's why Herodotus said there are two Ethiopias. Did the people in Nubia actually call themselves burnt skin people? Ethiopians? They didn't call themselves that. That's a Greek descriptive term, Ethiops, which means burnt skin. So you have two Ethiopians. The burnt skin people in so-called Sudan or Africa, and the burnt skin looking motherfuckers in India that's blue-black with straight hair. That's what's going on. These are descriptive terms.
Right.
These are descriptive terms. So to call myself a Kushite don't make sense. To call myself in the sense of a descriptive, you can call me a Moor, but that might not be what I call myself. So we got to make sense out of what's going on and how these terms are used. Just like when Brother Wudjau came on and he agreed. The people in Egypt didn't call themselves Commission, and when they did use the term Kemet, it was for the 11th dynasty. What would they call it before that? And he agreed. It was called Semi-Tawi, unification of the two lands. So we got to be careful with that. So Kushite, any nigga coming from sub-Saharan zone, south of that Sahara, any equatorial border, even if you're coming from Arabia, Southwest Asia, that's not Northwest Asia. That's not the northern parts of the Levant. That's Southwest Asia. These are all southern group populations. So that doesn't mean that all these Cushitic people speak the same language family.
No. Yeah, I think that contact goes back far though. Like when Asar talks about Black Sumer, I think it's more related to the contact that they had in a far more remote history.
They did. So
okay, was that a satellite though? Let me ask you that before it can go in. Was that a satellite of no? I'm just gonna say Kemet just for the understanding of it.
No, it wasn't. And yes,
totally
independent.
He's saying Bantu contact.
No, it wasn't. They didn't have a Bantu contact because the Bantu linguistically didn't exist at that time. We're talking about 5,000 years ago, 4,000, 5,000 years ago.
Right. Yeah. There's an argument amongst some people about the topic, but based upon consensus, based upon the academics, and based upon the research, there is no Bantu expansion at the time when Sumer existed.
Sumer existed.
They were not even around at the time.
How's that argument?
So hold on.
Some people.
Here's the thing. The Sumerians did come in contact with Horn Africans and Egyptians through Troy.
It's gonna kill your debate if we get into it like this.
That's what I'm thinking about.
No. He good.
All right.
He good.
I'm gonna try to level it out a little bit. I'm just gonna say this, and I don't want to say it completely. The Sumerians did have a trade route with people in the Horn and so-called Egypt, but overall they were independent nations. And were the Sumerians black? They wasn't black. But if you study the Proto-Eubanian, they did have an African component. Component in biology means piece, partially, not whole. So there was an African partial component, but it wasn't a direct African component. These niggas didn't even know where the fuck they came from. So by the time they leaked down from certain areas, and I don't want to talk about it too much, the Sumerian don't exist. Mesopotamian is bullshit because it supports racist white supremacy to say civilization started in the Near East over Africa. It's an insult. And also, we got to look at. I don't even want to talk too much because I'm gonna. Oh man, when you talk about civilization, bro, like you got to be cautious and careful with that. But bottom line is that whole civilization started in Mesopotamia shit is bullshit. I'm gonna prove that Africa gave rise even to civilization that leaked out into the so-called Levant in Mesopotamia. We made way for them to even have a lot of African contributions, whether it was direct or indirect. That's what I'm trying to say. So I'm not
bro. I wouldn't even go any further than that. They gotta tune into the debate for that.
When y'all said the debate? When y'all said it?
It's supposed to be next Wednesday at 8:00 p.m.
I just want to say one thing on that though, brother Ngozi. I ain't trying to mess up your thing or not, your debate. You know, you got coming up. But when I look at Kemet and I look at Sumer or Mesopotamia, whatever they want to call it, when I see Hathor and I see Inanna, principally we looking at this. We looking at the feminine. We looking at the sacred feminine, and we looking at. Basically, in my opinion, my humble opinion, the black woman to some degree, or the power of fertility in general.
Yes,
we see it.
Same thing with Yemaya and West.
So I don't really. My issue is not really directionality or who started it first. It's just that it's all basically the same at the root.
It's the same. Again, things have been borrowed. There's a lot of trade going on. I'll say this: Egyptians did borrow a lot of things from the Levant and some things from Mesopotamia, and some things in Mesopotamia was borrowed from Africa. You know, I'm not gonna go nowhere where ain't nothing popping. I'm going where the money at. You know what I'm saying? Like me coming from Chicago, I wouldn't trade with nobody in some backwood part of Illinois that I know ain't shit. I'm not going there. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to go there. Ain't no money there. I'm going to go where the population has something thriving and popping where I can get a piece of it and bring it back to my city. You feel what I'm saying? Or I can use it. You know what I'm saying? Right. I'm going to go to the, no one's going to trade with losers. I'm going to the hot spots. You get what I'm saying? Right. So for someone to say that Sumerians, I'm not saying you guys, I'm saying that Sumerians had civilization first. We got to define what a civilization is. We got to define what these people was doing. How did they know where to go where these hotspots was to get certain things? You know, so yes, we're going to see a lot of similarity between Sumer and Egypt. I wouldn't say that Sumerians, because again, what the hell is a Sumerian? Sigagigi? You got to be careful with that term Sigagigi, because when they say the black-faced people or the black-headed ones.
Black-headed people, yeah.
Right.
Back in the day.
Right. That's a descriptive term in Akkadian, which means the sick people. So to say black-headed people or black-faced people, it means sick people or unknown people. They were sick to them. The Akkadians disrespected. I don't even think they call themselves Sigagigi.
Oh, they gave him that name? Like they gave him that name?
Yeah, look it up. Look up Sigagigi. It means sick, the sick-headed ones.
Yeah, I remember somebody.
Hey, Ngozi, you give it too much, bro.
I'm gonna leave it alone. But I hope this should be edited. But you got to be careful with that. I might not even bring that shit up because it's pointless. The bottom line is
right, but still, like,
yeah, I'm gonna leave that shit alone. But
I would say this, for anyone on the panel or anybody watching, definitely write down your questions now. So when the debate does happen, if they do allow the panel to ask, if they do allow the guests to ask questions.
You know what all is stage, man. Hey, what's going on, brother?
But Asiatic black man, I want to say this, King. I'm a Muslim as well. I don't denounce that. People have said this in the thread. They say Ngozi's a Muslim. I'm a Muslim too, but I don't denounce science. And I am an advocate of evolution. Matter of fact, the theory of evolution actually starts with Arabs first. They call evolution a Mohammedan theory first, before Darwin even got his hands on it. Ibn Khaldun talked about evolution. Look it up. You get what I'm saying? So, I mean, people they have a habit. They say, Ngozi's a Muslim. Again, I'm culturally Muslim. My mother's Fulani. Right. My grandmother's Algerian. I'm not a practicing religious Muslim like it's Ramadan. Yeah. I'm not doing Ramadan this year because I don't want to. It's not because I'm not a practicing religious person, but culturally, I am Muslim. I do believe in the Creator. I call the Creator Allah. I have my own way of looking at Allah, but that doesn't make me less scientific. I know how to separate my belief from science.
Right.
That's the thing. I know how to separate it. So I don't see a problem with that. Or people that say, well, Ngozi's a Muslim, and then they have a habit of saying Ngozi's a Moor. Why wouldn't I call myself a Moor? My grandmother comes from Algeria. The people in Algeria and Tunisia and Morocco, and even people from Senegal, they were all collectively labeled Moors in the Almoravid Empire when they went into Spain. So if you got a nigga from, I don't give a fuck if you from Togo. If you had a nigga from Togo or a nigga from Senegal and a Berber from North Africa living in Spain before 1492 when they was kicked out, and they was
you're Moor.
You're a Moor. You're practicing Muslim. So what's wrong with that? I know how to make sense out of my reality. I'm not just claiming shit for no reason. You get what I'm saying? It's crazy, man. You know, it's just what it is. I mean, especially if you got that Gullah Geechee in you. With your Gullah Geechee, a large portion of the Gullah Geechee culture is Mandinka. The Mandinka people, you know what I'm saying, whether they were the Sanuke or the Bamata group, whatever Mindi group, the Mindi component in them, they were also partially responsible for Mali. And Mali stretch, not just in regular Mali. Mali means hippopotamus. Mali stretch from modern day Mali all the way through Mauritania, all the way through Liberia. Right. Europeans limit Mali. So I mean, come on.
Yeah, I was looking into it, and we got a lot of not necessarily some Mindi words, but the structure of how we use the language is similar to Mindi. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. They have the Gullah Geechee culture is combined by Congoid or Congo groups or Bantu speaking groups and also Mindi speaking groups. You know, Carolina.
Because we'll say E, like if I say E over there, E can be a he, it can be a she, or it can be a it. Mm-hmm. So we got those type of components built into the language that Mindi like. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
And when you deal with our Mindi brothers and sisters, when you deal with Carolina and look at what was going on in the field, they had rice farms there. Where did they get their rice? The people to deal with rice from? We were already dealing with rice in Gambia, in Sierra Leone. These were Mindi people that was brought into the Carolinas and the Virginias. They would use these different groups of people within Africa that had certain skills. They wasn't just taking dumb motherfuckers. They was taking people with skills to help create this country.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely taking intelligent.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good bill, man. I mean, I'm looking forward towards it. I don't know, what direction the brother's going in. I'm not. I don't hate on nobody with beliefs. People can believe whatever the fuck they want to believe in. I just want to, I want people to appreciate Africa more. You know what I'm saying? You know, the Middle East is cool. I love the Near East. I love the Middle East. I am aware of the timeline when Africans ruled the Middle East, whether it was from the Egyptians or the brothers and sisters from Aksum Empire that control Ethiopia, from Yemen to Ethiopia.
Right.
I'm aware of that, but I just want people to understand the foundation and certain methods and certain ways of doing things started in Africa, didn't start from Mesopotamia. That's a racist argument, and for a black man to claim that shit, you can't blackface European narratives. That's it.
Hey, but it seemed like with the different bills, like that kind of changed, that people are now more accepting to Africa. But it seems to me like now they're trying to take Africa and just drag it to the Middle East. You know what I'm saying? Like, forcing it there some places where like it ain't even there. They're just dragging it. Like everything's African now. You know what I'm saying?
But again, I mean, it's paradoxical. It does seem extreme. So here's the thing: people are forcing Africans into other places, but it's partially true that Africans were responsible for a lot of things outside of the so-called continent. They were.
I agree, right? But we gotta, but they're just disregarding time.
Yeah, they gotta. Yeah, we gotta follow the time.
Like, okay, when the time, let's say when we get to the time of Muhammad right around, we gotta be more realistic about the area.
Oh yeah, okay. Now
that time frame, we're talking 600, 700 AD.
Yeah. Now when we get into the Middle East, man, bro, the Middle East was already a zone of confluence and watered down badly 6,000 years ago. 6,000 years. To begin with, they were already mixed. But by the time you get into Muhammad, I mean, listen, I'm just gonna say this as a Muslim. I'm gonna play this political game. I don't do the I don't do the Ali Muhammad shit and make sense. I don't do that. I don't make Prophet Muhammad black. Peace be upon him. Prophet Muhammad was a white Arab. That's what he was. Now, how you define white? I'm not saying he was pale skin like a person with blue eyes and blonde hair.
See,
he was
that's kind of.
Go ahead, King.
I'm just saying that's just kind of difficult right there because. I'm only saying because of the heritage, because his great grandfather was Amir Ullah Hashem.
Yes, brother Mutalib, his grandfather.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me just say this.
He was a black Arab. Though.
He was a black Arab. But you had two groups of Arabs. You had the red skin and the black skin. That's true.
Right.
When we say white, we got to be careful what white means in Arabic. Even when it says Allah favors the white face over the black face, that's not talking about race. We got to be careful with that. When they say that, we look at it as like that, but it's not talking about that.
Correct.
Prophet Muhammad, grandfather Mutalib, was of the darker. They were from the Quraysh tribe. So Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, his grandfather Mutalib was. That's if people believe in him historically. I'm just saying, for people that believe in the guy historically. So let's follow the narrative of what the so-called stories say. So his grandfather Mutalib was a dark-skinned Arab, but Prophet Muhammad, some people don't agree with Hadith, some people do, whatever. Prophet Muhammad at this time, the paternal marker that's predominant in the area is J. Prophet Muhammad was something like a lot of Puerto Ricans. You got Puerto Ricans with black granddaddies, and them niggas still be looking white-skinned. So light-skinned. So Prophet Muhammad, it's possible that Prophet Muhammad's grandfather was a dark Arab, but overall, this man was a light-skinned man. He wasn't a man. He wasn't like, what I'm saying, like me or a brother like us. He was a light-skinned man, but you did have so-called black Arabs. I could take you to the Socotra Islands or the people in Yemen, the Mahiri groups. These people darker than me. And they're Arabs. So you did have black Arabs, but you also had, we can't denounce the part of the Arabian Peninsula where you had these fair-skinned populations that was there as well.
That's right.
We can't denounce that, bro. We can't. Like that. Like that's what makes it pseudo when you Ali Muhammad, Black Arabia. What the fuck is that? Huh? When?
Because it's too much confluence to just say Black Arabia. Yeah, you just erase the whole. Yeah, you erase the whole demographic.
We could confirm the existence of Amir Ullah Hashem because he had contact with the Romans. He was controlling trade in the Levant and the Hijaz from Ethiopia to India to the Levant to Egypt. So, he was a man, that quite likely existed historically.
Again, if he did exist historically, and I'm not denouncing that, but I'm saying I'm sure he was black, but I don't think Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was a black man. That's just me. That's just me. I don't think he was a black man because I'm not going to denounce the other components that makes up Arabia. Like when we do that, that's kind of like bogus. I mean, it's just like you got Puerto Ricans. Puerto Rican could be light as snow, and he had that one grandparent that was black as space. You know what I'm saying? Sudanese black.
Can I interject?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hold on. Before Brother Cuban Crisis go in, this brother's a Muslim scholar. I ain't got nothing but respect.
No.
Go ahead, Cuban Crisis. Break it down, man.
Peace, Brother Malik.
Peace. So I know this topic of Islam is kryptonite to a lot of you all for some reason, especially hadiths. But it is in one of the earliest sources, Ibn Sa'id Kitab al-Kabir, the numerous verbal descriptions of Muhammad.
I can't hear you, brother. I can't hear you.
You gotta speak in the mic a little bit.
Oh, go ahead. In one of the earliest sources, Ibn Sa'id Kitab al-Kabir, the numerous verbal descriptions of Muhammad. One description source to Ali ibn Abi Talib is as follows. It says that the apostle of Allah, may Allah bless him, is neither too short nor too tall. His hair are neither curly nor straight, but a mixture of the two. He is a man of black hair and large skull. His complexion has a tinge of redness. His shoulder bones are broad and his palms and feet are fleshy. He has long masarbu, which means like the hair goes to like the navel. And he has long eyelashes, closed eyebrows, smooth and shiny forehead, and long space between two shoulders. When he walks inclining as if coming down from a height. It says, I never seen a man like him before him or after him. So there's the hadith, which a lot of people reject. The hadiths are narrated. I think that the issue of accepting hadiths comes into when certain things are addressed as to whether it's allegorical or literal. Like, for example, there's the hadith that talks about when the Muslim doesn't wake up for Fajr, that the shaitan urinates in his ear. Well, that's allegorical. There's some people who take that as symbolic, but when I was a Muslim, there was times I didn't wake up for Fajr and I didn't see some shaitan on my shoulder pissing in my fucking ear. So it's, again, it's allegorical, but there are things in the hadiths which are historical accounts, because keep in mind, and I'm not saying Arabs are African, I'm not saying that, but like African culture, a lot of things are oral. So in Arab culture, a lot of things are oral as well. So that's why the hadiths, that's why, the Quran is something that is memorized. And that's why that's pushed. It's just for the sake of oral tradition of memorization.
Yeah, so he went in. So yeah, we got to be careful with Islam, and we have to be careful with dealing with, Arabia, because regardless if it's a black component in Arabia or whatever, we can't denounce those lighter skinned groups. You know what I'm saying? So that's just what it is. So the conversation that we have is going to be good. I'm glad we got a chance to go into linguistics or whatever. My whole thing is, go ahead.
I got a question. So what do you think about the Bija and the Amara of the Bija saying that they have some type of blood relationship as well to the Arabians, the black Arabs?
The Bija, when you go into their genetics, you can look it up. They do have some genetic affinities, similarity in their autosomal DNA to Arabia. They do. Arabian men came through and shit. They came through and did their thing to a lot of people in Sudan. So the Bija, who are a Cushitic speaking people, they already spoke an Afro-Asiatic branch or Afro-Asiatic language, which is Bija, which is a branch of Cushitic, Northern Cushitic. Yep. But they did intermingle with people from Yemen and Arabia. And when you look at their genetic components, they're 50% EM78, which is the common marker that's in Northeast Africa, in Egypt, all the way through Northern Sudan. But another portion of it is haplogroup J. And that just doesn't go for them. That also goes for the Nubian population in Northern Sudan. The Nubian population in Northern Sudan is 50% Arab genetically. You know what I'm saying? They're a mixture. And they speak a Nilotic language. The modern Nubians speak a Nilotic language. But overall, they have a genetic component that goes back to Arabia as well. So the Bija is partially telling the truth. They do have some Arabian influence.
They are.
But they also have an influence that always exists there. Them niggas got amnesia. Them niggas got amnesia like some African Americans. They don't know. They don't remember that part of themselves. They just remember the popular part of themselves. And the popular part of themselves in Sudan is going back to Arabia. That's what they believe.
And according to Egyptian history as well, the Bija were the Masayu.
They were.
The historical, the historical hereditary guard. Those bowmen,
the Medja. The Medja. They were the Medja. Yeah. And they also were in Egypt. They were the Egyptians too. When you go back to Narmer's palette and you see the niggas with the two afros holding a goddamn creature with the I'm not man. But anyway, those people
the Bija type people was always there. They were always there. Now that word Bija is a recent descriptive term. They didn't call themselves that back then. Just like Yoruba culturally, they had culture that predates the so-called modern Yoruba term. People don't know that. Yoruba today culturally only exists 2,700 years ago. They had a phase before that. Their genetics is older than that. The same thing with the Bija people. Look up what does Bija mean. Why do they identify themselves as that now? So the Bija only know the more popular history of themselves, and that comes from out of Arabia. They forgot about the part of themselves that always been there.
Yeah.
They don't remember that.
You know, even when we talk about the Europeans, right? We don't even do the European like how we do the African. How we be like, yeah, that person was black, but they ain't African, right? Because the Europeans that we talk about, we deal about today, they're not that old genetic.
Oh hell no.
But we can just consider all of them Europeans. You know what I'm saying?
You're absolutely correct. If we go back to the Romans, look at Strabo, and look at Romans and Greeks, they didn't identify themselves as white people. They actually talked about the Nordic groups. And it's one term where one of them said, I am not white, or I am not light-skinned or white or pale like those people of the north, and I am not black like those Egyptians who are cowards. So the Mediterranean Europeans, in some cases, never identified themselves as white. Let's just talk about it. And when we talk about the genetic components that make up Europeans is a bunch of creolized motherfuckers too. They are a mixture between Mesolithic hunter-gatherer populations who died out, and then they're a mixture between the Neolithic farmers who came out of Anatolia, and they're a mixture between those Yemenian groups who come from the Russian steppes, who all came together to form.
And that what is it got that Eurasian ghost gene from that is shared Native Americans mixed in there.
Right. To be honest with you, the darkest Native American is more closer to the most pale Scandinavian European genetically than he is to the sub-Saharan African, believe it or not.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
So they split from Siberia. Like when you look at the Yemeniyas, who are predominantly R1B, when you go into the Maltai culture, which goes back 20-some thousand years, when you find Maltai boy, he has an R marker. So we got to find out where his R marker sprang from. And that R marker is related to the P and the Q markers that leaked into America. It's split from the PM45. And then when you go all the way down past PM45, you got to go into the K2 markers. And you find the K2 markers with those black people in the Philippines, which is the Ati people. So the forefather of these so-called Native Americans and pale-skinned white people comes from a Southwest Asian or a Negrito people who was dark-skinned. But these Negrito people are genetically more closer to European than they is to the Sub-Saharan Africans.
Facts.
Hey,
real quick, and Ngozi, I want to do a shameless plug because the team did research on that. We actually have a video on our channel called The Unknown Siberians. If you check that
Unknown
out.
Russians.
Unknown Russians, I'm sorry. Yeah. If you check that out, we actually show not only the genetic map, but also the evolution of man traveling from out of Africa into that region. And you can see those people and then match those connections with the natives today.
What about the Eta people, which would be those Filipino Negrito?
Yeah, the Negrito, they black,
Yeah. You said they stem from what marker?
They K2 predominantly, and K2 is the predecessor of PM45, which gave rise to the R marker and the R1B marker that you find in Europe. So the base root of these so-called pale-skinned people comes from black Negrito-looking people or Aboriginal type people. And
So
those
what
black people. Go ahead, Ken.
What is the basal Eurasian? Because from what I'm getting of the description of basal Eurasian is that initially basal Eurasian would have had to been African. Or am I far off?
No. You're right, and you're correct partially. There's another part of them that's absent from Africa. Basal Eurasian means branch off base, and that base root of these so-called basal Eurasians descent from mitochondrial DNA L3 leaked from N, and all the mitochondrial DNA that comes from N, like ROA and basal U, right? Those first branch bases after N are basal Eurasians. The base is mitochondrial DNA N, and the predecessor of mitochondrial DNA N is L3. So as these people leak out of Africa as mitochondrial DNA L3, they mutate into mitochondrial DNA N. And as they go further into Saudi Arabia, they mutate into the R marker and other markers. And then some of these niggas turn back around and go back into Africa. And they mingle with the people on the paternal side of basal Eurasian. Now I talked about mitochondrial. The branch based paternally is everything that comes out of CTM168. Some people can say that the base of haplogroup E, not the later stratum that mutated in Africa, but the forefather of E, which comes out of CT and DE, possibly developed in Arabia and then went back into Africa and started to mutate.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Anything that comes out to the CTM168 and goes from DE and E, and then after DE and E, you have CF, and everything after CF, you have FM89. So the IJK markers, before the IJK splits and one group goes into Europe and become I, the other group split and become, IJ, and the other group branches off. Remember, I talked about K2. K2 gave rise to all the R's and the P's and all that. So anything that's base after CTM618 paternally is basal Eurasian, and some people back migrated in. So what did these basal Eurasians look like? We got to understand something about human migration and evolution. Genomes mutate first before phenotype. So these people were going, just like when you look at the black Aborigine Australians, they're black, but genetically they're Southeast Asian. They lost that African component.
Yeah, that's gonna bust his head when you talk about them Adam Islanders over there, all jet black and Asian, right?
Yeah, Sentinelese or the Jawara.
Jet black, exactly.
They're Asian. They're technically Asian, though. Those are Asians.
Yep.
So when he said basal, basically what that is, you take the L3 that left Africa, then you get the offspring of that group that now has environmental pressures that have caused them to mutate. They're outside of Africa. Now that is the basal Eurasian.
Yeah, I just was making a point because I know, initially when someone sees the word basal Eurasian, they may automatically, just think that it's just talking about Europeans, but it's actually not.
No, it ain't. I mean? No, yeah,
right.
It's not.
Right, that's all.
Yeah, no, hope they ain't confusing that.
Brother, do a great breakdown.
I think he stepped away. I'm gonna ask him if he's coming back. If not, I think we're gonna close the show down. It's been about 5 hours gone.
Yeah.
4 hours gone. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a long one.
Yeah, it started off rocky, but we reeled it back in.
Hey, but it's good. I mean, you gotta have a little rocky to test whether it's durable or not.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm. Yeah, but it was a good build. It was a good build.
Hey man, I appreciate y'all coming on. Y'all definitely added, to the build, so that's good.
Always peace to y'all, brothers, man.
Hey, Craig, if you want, you can jump in now.
And I respect Cuban Crisis. My first time coming in contact with a brother. So peace to him.
You on mute, Cuban?
I said thank you. Likewise.
For sure.
Don't mind my tangent earlier. I'm just a passionate person, and in all reality, man, I love Black people. I love brown people and red people. It's not it's just I want from my brothers and sisters what I want for myself. So it's not a thing of me hating people and being it's just being sick of being sick and tired is what it is.
Yeah, for sure. I feel that, bro. Shit, we need more of that.
Yeah, okay.
My phone died.
No, good, bro. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure you came back on. And also Craig is on. I don't know if Craig and Malik had something they wanted to say before you guys continue or before we end the show? Did you guys want to address anything?
I'm just gonna end it off like this, and peace to you, brother Craig. I just want to end it off like this, though, man. So yeah, we got to be careful with terms like looking at people's skin color and determining, who is who, because I mean it doesn't make sense. And brother Wudjau brought up, genetics doesn't have a marker. That no one never said that. But again, people that speak a so-called common language does have genetic affinity. Like again, most Indo-European speakers, the people that created or so-called developed that language phylum were R1B and R1A carriers. They developed that shit first. Not saying that the genes did it. It was people that had that common marker that developed that so-called language family. And the same thing with Afroasiatic. But the terms can be called whatever. Like the phylums that they use can be called whatever. You can call that shit shithole, whatever. If you want to call it shithole, you can call it that. But basically what I'm saying is that you see the commonality with each group population. We have to be very, very specific.
Yeah, there's no way to get around that.
What they did is basically they used the landmass to determine, what range of languages are classified here. And so, for instance, with Afroasiatic, if you look at the landmass, it's partially African, Northeast African, and then partially Southwest Asian. And that's where this Afroasiatic conjoined term comes from.
And
Go ahead. I was gonna say, if you look at the other languages, they all follow that same criteria of landmass.
Yes, and when you look at people that we descend from Southwest and Central Africa, a lot of our mixtures is recent. We wasn't exposed to a lot of zones like those people in the northeast corner of Africa. Again, Egypt is a transcontinental country. The Berbers in North Africa have been interacting with people from the Iberian Peninsula before they was even interacting with people from the Near East. People from the Near East touched them later. You get what I'm saying? The Egyptians was getting hit by all angles, sub-Saharan groups, and also people from the Near East, and also people from Southern Europe. They had no idea or no sense of I'm black. That's bullshit. And a lot of people that we descend from, they come from partially the Green Sahara, but when they went south and intermingled with other populations that was there for thousands of years in isolate zones, they developed new cultures, new stratums. So what I'm saying is that we got to be careful, man, when we talk about Africa. If we really believe in evolution, let's talk about the diversity of the continent. Let's talk about the diversity of the continent. That's the power of being an African, especially when I like to label us Western Sudanic Creoles or Middle Passage Americans, right? With us being Middle Passage Americans or Western Sudanic Creoles, we represent a mosaic of Africa because we have different components from Southwest and Central Africa. We have a Yoruba component, an Igbo component, a Mindi component, a Fula component, a Timbe component, a Bimalike component. Your mighty Kandra DNA might be common in Yoruba people, but you have a higher component out of some people from Senegal. That blend is very unique. So let's talk about that if you're really dealing with Pan-Africanism. You get what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna slide out too, man. Peace to everybody, man. Peace to you and Ngozi, man. Good luck on debate. Shama tuning in. Melvin, you already know what it is, fam.
Yep, already.
All right, peace.
Yes, sir. Peace.
Peace and love to the family. Salam, peace.
Peace.